Yep.
Roll call.
Festerson. Goodwin. Harding. Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Remain standing for opening remarks by Councilmember Festerson.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
President, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge a few things. In the week that this body has been appointed to office, we've seen a lot of change, a lot of consciousness, world level, national level, and also in our community. I do want to recognize some folks I know right here today. Support of families impacted by immigration enforcement in our community this week. Appreciate that. This is on behalf of those families and your call for comprehensive immigration reform. And I want to acknowledge also our colleagues in Minnesota, the tragedies we've seen with the killing of elected officials in those respective communities, including Minneapolis. I want to repeat that political violence of any kind on anyone is unacceptable. We should not be tolerated in our community. And Mr. President, on a lighter note, maybe just a short personal privilege. Today, June 17th, 2025, is my 25th wedding anniversary. David's probably watching, so thank you for your love and support.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this meeting of the Omaha City Council. As a courtesy to those in attendance and to facilitate the conduct of our business, we ask you to please silence or turn off all electronic devices. A reminder that you will have 3 minutes to speak on an agenda item. Please stay on topic. If you would like your comments entered into the public record, you can feel free to email the city clerk's office at cityclerk@cityofomaha.org. Council members receive these emails and we read them. Finally, council members may ask members of the audience back up for clarifying questions, but not for extra time to speak. At this time, Councilmember LaVanya Goodwin will read a proclamation for Juneteenth.
Thank you, President Begley. It is my privilege this afternoon to recognize the Juneteenth Nebraska organization. If you could please stand as I read this proclamation, and then afterward we'll take a quick photo. Whereas the Emancipation Proclamation was signed by President Abraham Lincoln on January 1st, 1863, declaring that all persons held as slaves in the Confederate territories were free, and whereas on June 19, 1865, 2.5 years later, Union troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order No. 3, proclaiming freedom for over 250,000 African Americans, marking a pivotal moment in American history. And whereas in 1997, United States Congress officially recognized Juneteenth Independence Day, June 19, 1865, the day on which slavery finally came to an end in the United States. And whereas in 2011, the Nebraska legislature recognized Juneteenth as Juneteenth National Freedom Day, and whereas in 2021, on June 17th, the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act was signed, recognizing Juneteenth as a federal holiday, and whereas the Omaha City Council recognizes the significance of this year's Juneteenth holiday, coinciding with the election of Omaha's first African-American mayor, John Ewing, as a sign of progress towards equality for all citizens. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Omaha City Council joins with the community in acknowledging the Juneteenth holiday as a time for all Americans to reflect upon our democracy, civil rights, and human dignity for all in celebrating this important holiday on Thursday, June 19th, 2025, in witness whereof the Omaha City Council has caused the official seal of the City of Omaha to be affixed on this 17th day of June 2025. And if you could please come up, we'd like to.
Master of all trades, man. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, please. Right at the podium, right up there. There you go.
We, Juneteenth, Nebraska, extends a gratitude and thank you for the 2025 proclamation. Me, Patsy,
Yes.
and Willie Williams, thank you on the behalf of Juneteenth, Nebraska.
I just want to say, I want to thank you all. Thank you very much, Ms. Goodwin. And this has been a real special time. And we did get to spend time with the mayor before everything and then after everything. So I just say thank you very much, and I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, there's a proclamation to be read by Councilmember Brinker Harding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kyle, could you bring your group down here? This is some of the cast and crew from ESPN who are in town for College World Series. Just come on up there. Actually, why don't you put Scott right in the middle? Do you know what's happening yet, Scott?
No, I thought we were going to lunch.
Scott was not let in on this surprise, so. Whereas Scott Johnson, a former baseball player at Ohio University, joined ESPN in 1990 and as director for Major League Baseball and College World Series telecasts. And whereas Scott Johnson directed his first College World Series in 1991 and has held that responsibility since, making this year's production his 35th. And whereas Scott Johnson's professional productions have helped America and the world witness the growth of college baseball from an 8-camera production within the cozy confines of Rosenblatt Stadium to the state-of-art facility, the state-of-art 30-plus camera production at Charles Schwab Field. And whereas Scott Johnson and his crews brought into our living rooms such memorable College World Series moments as when South Carolina walked off Rosenblatt Stadium and witnessed Paul Skeens and LSU take over Omaha. And whereas for the past 35 years, Omaha has become his adopted home during parts of June and July, and creating his greatest memories of working with his ESPN crew members, announcers, including Omaha's own Kyle Peterson, and its citizens who are the greatest baseball fans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Omaha recognizes and celebrates the retirement of Scott Johnson and his 35-year career as the director of ESPN's College World Series broadcast. We designate Tuesday, June 17th, 2025, as Scott Johnson Day in Omaha, Nebraska. In witness whereof, we set our hands and cause the official seal of the City of Omaha to be affixed on this 17th day of June, 2025. Thank you, Scott Johnson.
Wow. As I said, this was supposed to be lunch, so I don't have anything prepared, but I can't tell you, it's been a labor of love for me now for 35 years, and to be recognized for doing something that you love so much doesn't seem fair. But you said Scott Johnson production, it's an all of us production, and it has been for all those years. I appreciate all these guys and everybody that's out there working the game this afternoon, and we're going back to do another game tonight. So
Appreciate that.
Thank you
Come
very
back as a
much.
fan, I hope, as well, too, right?
I intend to, yes, that's
Yeah.
the plan. Yeah,
Would any of your cohorts like to say anything?
I'll get out of the way.
No, just real quick. I mean, Scotty's he's the heart of what we do. So I appreciate all of you doing this. It's 2 weeks for everybody in Omaha. And I'll tell you that the entire crew will tell you how much they look forward to it every year. And it's the baseball, but it's also just the reality of what Omaha is to the event. So we appreciate you doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Scott, before I get in trouble running my first meeting as president of the council, can you give us your name and address for the record, please?
For what? My name
The name and address for the record, for the public record.
Okay, you want me to do it on the
Please,
microphone?
yes.
Okay.
I'm serious, yeah, thanks.
Scott Johnson, it's 4600 Deer Creek Place, Smithfield, Kentucky, 40068.
Thank you, Scott.
And I'm rooting for Louisville this afternoon, so. Thank you.
Do Eliza like go to others and not speak? On the, okay, right now.
Congratulations, my friend.
Okay. Councilmember Ron Hug, you're recognized.
Hey, Scott, before you get too far,
We're going to get you've been here in Omaha 35 years, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that at least earned you a honorary citizen of Omaha
okay.
proclamation. So Mr. Harding will be happy to get that over to you.
Do I have to pay taxes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6, to consider a Class C liquor license for Billy O's Lounge located at 14242 Fort Street.
I will now open the public hearing on agenda item number 6. Before I call for proponents, is the applicant here, I believe, on Zoom? Is that correct?
Hello?
Ms. Hines?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Nicole Hines. I live at 10218 South 232nd Street, Gretna, Nebraska, 68028.
Thanks, and you're here to answer any questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today?
No.
Are there any opponents here today? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 7, to consider a Class C liquor license for Chateau Vin located at 220 South 31st Avenue, Suite 3108.
I'll open the public hearing on item number 7. Before I call for proponents, is the applicant here, I believe, on Zoom as well?
Yes.
Are you here to, can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yep, it's Nikki Connor, 19032 R Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68135. Here on behalf of the applicant for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Proponent?
Hello, my name is William Bush. I'm for the record, when you say opponent, it's for something that's going on right in the streets, right? When you say opponent, like,
A proponent for item number 7?
right?
This item is in regards to a liquor license. They want to know, do you support it or oppose it? If this is not what you're on, then this is not why you should be doing this.
I got
That's what
that.
it's for.
For the liquor license.
So it's this one right here, this one, so that we understand.
All right. I disagree with the liquor license. No, I'm sorry. I agree. I'm sorry. To get the liquor license, I agree.
Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is William Eugene Bush from Omaha. I'm homeless, so I don't have no address.
Are you here in support of item number 7?
Yes,
Okay,
that's one of the reasons.
thank you. Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today for item number 7? Are there any opponents for item number 7 on the agenda today? Public hearing is closed. Got a motion, second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 8, to consider a Class I liquor license for Lucy's 5110, located at 5060 South 108th Street, Suite D10.
I will open the public hearing on item number 8. Before I call for proponents, is the applicant here?
I am here.
Good afternoon. Name and address for the record,
Amanda
please.
Barron, 13815 First National Bank Parkway, Omaha, Nebraska, 68154. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant to answer any questions today.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Got a motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 9, to consider a Class I liquor license for Good Evans, located at 2643 South 144th Street.
I will now open the public hearing on agenda item number 9. Before I call for proponents, is the applicant here today? They are on Zoom, I believe.
Yes, Mike Michaelis, 19252 Walnut Street, Omaha, 68130.
Here to answer any questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 10, to consider a Class I liquor license for Urban Air Indoor Trampoline Park, Urban Air Adventure Park, located at 15364 Weir Street.
I will now open the public hearing on agenda item number 10. Before I call for proponents, is the applicant here, I believe, also on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon. Name and address for the record, please.
Emmett Beiser, 10027 Gary Street, La Vista, Nebraska, 68128.
Thanks, Mr. Beiser. You're here to answer any questions?
I am.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents for this item? Are there any opponents? Seeing none, hearing is closed. Motion. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 11, to consider a liquor license addition application for La Traga Zona to add an outdoor area to their Class C liquor license located at 1620-1622 Harney Street.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 11. Before I call for proponents, is the applicant here, I believe, also on Zoom?
I am, and that's Guadalupe Favila. Address is 2409 Arlington Place, Bellevue, Nebraska, 68123.
Thanks, Ms. Fabula. And are you here to answer any questions?
That is correct.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents for this item? Are there any opponents for item number 11? Public hearing is closed. Oh, beg your pardon. Proponent or opponent? Okay. I turned too quick on you there. Name and address for the record, please.
George Thomas Lamb, 312 South 16th Street, Apartment 902, Regis, Omaha, 68102. Okay, I'm just right around the corner from you. And we have so many places that sell liquor already. And they really sell mini bottles, disposable mini bottles. And glass, if they can afford glass, it breaks on the street and nobody picks it up. We already have a lot of people who simply buy liquor by the drink. This building that I'm in is on the corner. We already have a little bodega downstairs, and their primary interest is selling liquor rather than expensive items. We have already 4 different places on the block that actually sell liquor by the drink, and they're all pretty much under control. But these people want to add a patio out front of the building that is going to be 43 feet long and 8 feet wide. Now, think about people drinking on that street, on a very narrow street, that actually have the little scooters going by. And a trolley is going to be going by there very soon, too. It doesn't make much sense to have an unsafe area. The patio they plan on putting to serve liquor out there is actually like 2.5 feet away from garbage cans, places to pay for the parking, and just a nuisance. Not to mention the noise that could be happening if they actually play loud music. Most of the people in the building have no time to come to this, but they all sort of go, well, maybe it's going to be for the better, but most of us think it's going to be for the worse if we have another place that serves liquor outside. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize again, I didn't see you out the right side, so thanks for your patience. Are there any other opponents for this item? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Ms. Goodwin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the words of the opponent, Ms. Fabilia. May I ask, have you reached out to the neighbors, and what type of feedback have you heard, if you have?
So I know I've spoken with my landlord, and he owns the building, and he didn't voice any concern in regards to it. While my neighbors, I guess, in the building next to me are aware of it. They did just build a patio next door, which is the back line. And then next door, it's, I believe it's UPS. And upstairs is just offices, so there's no residents living upstairs. We already have our liquor license for the restaurant. It's for a restaurant dining. It's not for like club or night. It's just so that people are able to enjoy a drink while they're having their meal outside in the patio area.
So have you heard concerns like the ones expressed by the opponent?
I have not. This is the first.
So how do you plan to address some of his concerns?
I know that he did mention loud music, and the concern for, drinking close by, with the stuff that's going on in the street. Like I mentioned, it's just a dine-in. It's not a bar. It's not anything where we anticipate it to get, crazy or anything like that. It's just simply just to enjoy a cocktail while you're having lunch or dinner. We do close at 10 o'clock, so we're not open for extended hours of the night. We do not have music out there. There's no speaker, so it would be simply just for dining and beverage.
And what days of the week are you open?
We are open 7 days a week. Sunday through Thursday, we close at 8, and just Friday and Saturday, we close at 10.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Ms. Goodwin. Councilmember Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Had a lot of the same questions that Ms. Goodwin just asked as well, too. You covered the music, you covered the hours. I also had a question of the clerk who just informed me that you've never had a tavern report. So it appears that you're running your business very well and without any incidents. So I will be supportive of this.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. I had one question follow up as well. Miss, is it Fablia?
Yes.
So council members Goodwin and Harding covered some good ground on that. One thing I wanted to ask, as far as cleanup, you said you close, I think, at 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And outside in the front, that's where the patio is going to be, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, do you have servers or you have people that'll want to keep that area clean? Because I appreciate our constituent here. With litter, that's always a big problem. So would you pledge to the neighbors and being a good steward of the old market area, the downtown improvement district area, that you will make sure the area stays clean in and around your building there on Harney Street?
Yes, that is correct. Our areas are the tables, that few tables that we will put up front because we won't have many, will have a waitress or waiter assigned to them as it is for dine-in. It wouldn't be any different as if they were inside. So all of, we would have bussers pick up the meal or after they get done eating, all the plates and trash and everything. So that's part of my employees' responsibility as well.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have any other questions, any other discussion? I will close the public hearing at this time and ask for a motion. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 12, to consider a special designated liquor license application for Perry's Place for an outdoor concert at 9652 Mockingbird Drive on July 12th from 6 p.m. to midnight with music ending at midnight.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 12. Before I call for proponents, you must be the applicant.
Yes, William
afternoon.
Perry, 13614 Wright Street, 68144. Here to
Mr.
answer
Perry,
any questions.
welcome.
Thank you.
Here to answer any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other proponents here today for item number 12? Seeing none, any opponents for item number 12? I will now close public hearing at this time. Is there a motion? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Forgive me. Mr. Rowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just had one question. It might have an impact on whether I vote yes or no, but is the band that's going to be playing the Fester tones?
Well, that depends on what your answer is going to be. No, sir, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rowe. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thanks, Will. Is this the first time you've had this event, or have you had this in the past?
No, we've had it. Business will be open 15 years. We've had it 13 of the last 15 years.
And then, and have we always had it that the music ends at midnight?
We used to have it until 1, but we switched it back to midnight.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Harding. No more lights. A motion. We had a motion and a second. Roll call. Oh, we didn't? Okay, checking again. Thank you. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 13, to consider a Class C liquor license for Bogey North located at 3305 Old Maple Road is in a request from the applicant for a trade name change.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 13. The applicant must be here today.
Yes, Michael Polk, 2712 South 87th Avenue, here with Lloyd Morango, Murango, to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents here today? Public hearing is closed, and we need a motion to amend to change the trade name, correct?
He's going to wait on that, so I think. Are we going to amend now?
Yeah, it's amended.
Okay, so a motion to amend the name then.
So do we skip that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
So skip the first one. We go to the motion to approve is amended?
No, you have to amend it for the trade name change. He does want it.
Okay, so we need a motion to amend the change of the trade name.
Correct.
We have a motion and a second. No lights on. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. And as amended.
Okay, as amended, and second. Thank you. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 14, a resolution to approve the preliminary plat for MPS 210 Q Campus, Replat 1, located southwest of George B. Lake Parkway and West Q Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 14. Before I call for proponents, is the applicant here today? Good afternoon.
Caleb Van Wilden with Lamper Nearson, 147110 West Dodge Road, here on behalf of the applicant and available to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Got a motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug.
Yes.
Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 15, a resolution to approve the revised preliminary plat for Elkhorn Center located east of 204th and Shirley Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 15. You must be the applicant here.
Yes, good afternoon. Caleb Snyder with Lamper Nearson, 14710 West Dodge Road, Omaha, Nebraska, here on behalf of the applicant, Lanahaw Real Estate. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents here today? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Motion is second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 16 and 17 can be considered together for Civic Corner located at 1804 Capitol Avenue. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 16, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 17, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
I will now open the public hearings for items 16 and 17. Applicants, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dan Doles, all with Hargrave and Associates, 3552 Farnham Street.
Arun Agarwal, White Lotus Group, 10404 Essex Court.
It's been a while getting here, but we're here. This is, of course, the old Civic Auditorium site. It's a 9-acre site in the middle of the city, which is a little unusual to be able to develop something like that, especially with the access off the interstates. And it's primed for success with Creighton University around us. I've got site plan you see before you is just a general view of the improvements, north being up. I'd like to report that we have contracts in place for about $2.7 million in infrastructure. The timeline is being worked out right now for that, but we expect that to happen yet this year, late summer, early fall. We have to get one more agreement approved by TIF. Is it TIF? We have subdivision agreements in place. We're ready to start. As you saw, there has been ground moved. We're ready for the sewer and infrastructure that's going to accompany this project. With that, Arun, would you like to say anything?
I think we're just here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We might bring you back up.
No.
Are there any other proponents here today? Seeing none, are there any opponents here today? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Council Member Festerson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And don't feel bad about getting used to that microphone over there. I'm not used to this microphone either, so you need to show me how to do it.
Sweet.
Just a couple of follow-up questions, Mr. Agarwal, or however you'd like to answer the status on the Civic here. We had another long time challenging property we made progress on this week at Crossroads. I would say the Civic property has also been a long time challenge in terms of its redevelopment. So I know we just have a plat today, which I'm supportive of, and a subdivision agreement, but if you could update us on the latest plan and timelines that you're seeing.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we clarify. We've owned the property for about 19 months, so I understand that the property's had a longer history than that. So within 19 months to come up with a land plan, ultimately then submit civil infrastructure plans, which are required then to submit TIF to have eligible costs. There is a process. Of course, you guys are doing it every day. So I think our timeline, and then of course add seasonality that we have in our, in our community. So, from an infrastructure standpoint, which is what's needed in order to go vertical, you see it on your Crossroads project. Congratulations, by the way. We're excited to see it. That started with civil infrastructure, TIF, and then ultimately now going vertical. I think our timeline is, frankly, it's in line with the process. I think the diligence on behalf of the city, Public Works, and all the facets from civil infrastructure design, coordinating with the public utilities, telecom. I think all of the nuances, and I think everybody's been incredibly diligent. And so I'm proud of where we're at.
I'll go further, Mr. Pierce's office, in that we expect the infrastructure to be complete late spring, early summer of next year, with sewer, the underground going in this year, and then coming back with pavement. And when I say pavement, the ultimate build out where we have parking trays and all that, those will be built with each individual lot. We're putting in the main travel lanes right now, and then those streets will remain closed, and then as each building is opened up, once a building is opened up, those streets will be acted.
Okay. So you're hoping to have some, obviously, infrastructure work happening here this year and into the spring, confidence level with tenants and/or grocery?
Hi. I think, we had a successful conference in Las Vegas, which is a prototypical real estate conference. We met with several parties that are interested. Of course, there's certain aspects. We are in vertical design, so I don't want you to feel that this is civil infrastructure. We fully expect to come out of the ground as soon as some civil infrastructure. We had to define this and go through this process in order to finalize final designs on every one of these blocks. So I fully expect all the what I'll call B2C, means business to consumers, your apartments with retail. We're doing this in a very appropriate design. And I think, one of the facets and one of the things that we've been really wrestling with is what's in the best interest of the city from a design and standpoint. So we think about urban core. We serve on the subcommittee of the Omaha Chamber's Urban Core Committee. And Dan had just adequately mentioned that Creighton University is very centric to our mindset, right? So and one of the highlights of our thesis is every great university has this collegiate extension. We think about Wrigleyville in Chicago, Aggieville in Kansas State, Haymarket in Lincoln. I think Creighton has an opportunity to have this collegiate extension. It's taken us a while to start to nuance what that looks like, but we've met with Father Hendrickson, we've met with his team multiple times. Of course, there's a lot of moving parts at the Creighton campus. It's a phenomenal opportunity. So I think you guys are all in elected positions, and it's hard in 4-year increments. I want us to make good decisions because these are generational decisions that we're making, and I want us to be able to have the time to make good decisions. And I think the decisions that we've come to this point are the right ones. I think that we've validated them, both inside our community and outside. Some of the things that somebody asked me, even on that urban core subcommittee, is, well, what do you envision downtown in our urban core? And I had to answer that I'm too old to answer that question, right? So Father Hendrickson says a lot, that 50% of our graduates from Creighton University's first job is in Omaha, which tells us that 50% leave. So I need to make sure that the Creighton campus, which is a very big attraction from people from out of our state and out of our city into our city. So making sure that we do this project right adds to that pitch of why Creighton University, now part of the Big East.
You are all I can tell.
we have to do this the right way. And so we have to be thoughtful and diligent. And so again, there's been a lot of, communication about duration. We're in month 19, and I would look at, you guys have 105 of these things today, holy smokes. It takes that much time to get through preliminary plat, planning board, final plat, and any changes that happen along the way, we have to consider that traffic study, geotechnical debris that's still, frankly, in the site in some places. It's very complicated, and I think that you want us to be diligent in our approach. And again, hats off to the UGA team. They've been great. Our design teams have been great, and all the stakeholders have been phenomenal. So I'm excited and a high degree of confidence. Is what I would answer that in a very long-winded way.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thanks. Ms. Goodwin, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I realize you've reached out to get in touch, and I'm now on my 8th day being installed as City Council District 2, so I appreciate your patience. So to be clear, you're saying that programming on that site is still is negotiable?
Well, I think we have a program that we have a program. And
Okay.
so what we're doing now is the vertical design on that associated program. The components that you, in this process that we, that you might want to nuance are B2B type uses. So where a commercial use office user might have a certain specific nuance. Those things, yeah, you might want to nuance around or build a box around that user. But some of the B2C components that we are actively in design, those are things that we can, with a high degree of confidence.
And I realize that you've not been the property owner for just 19 months, but many people were anticipating a grocery store, and so they have that hardwired into their mind. I'm an alum of Creighton, so I love Creighton. However, I do encourage you to reach out to the North Downtown folks, the Downtown Business Improvement District, because that space really does intersect several areas of the city, and get their engagement as well as you look to develop. So thank you.
100%. We have, but we will continue to do so, of course.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If I could say one more thing, the city staff's been really phenomenal to work with. This has been difficult infrastructure. You can imagine what's going around this site and historic remains, that type of thing. And to work with us and understand the end purpose and the end use, truck movements, water tie-ins, sewer tie-ins, all of that. The city's been very, very, very responsive.
Got a motion and a second. One last comment I'll make. You had mentioned, what do we envision in the urban core? I definitely envision a grocery store. So, I know we've talked, and I appreciate our conversations. And that's Ms. Goodwin kind of touched on a little bit to kind of bridge those areas right for 18th and Capitol. We're looking forward to things getting vertical and good things out of 18th and Capitol. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson. Yes. Goodwin. Harding. Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 18 and 19 can be considered together for Dunham House located at 7808 North 60th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 18, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 19, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
I'll open the public hearing on items 18 and 19. Applicant, are you the applicant?
I'm representing the applicant. My name's John Taylor with Project Advocates, 1313 Cumming Street, Suite 202, Omaha, Nebraska, 68134.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents here today? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Councilmember Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Just supportive of this project. We've seen it before here at City Council. You've had a groundbreaking now. You're underway. Pleased to support some additional housing for wounded veterans and their families. So nice job, and continue to talk to the neighborhoods if you would, and look forward to the actual ribbon cutting.
Very good. Thanks for your support.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion is second. Roll call.
Festerson. Yes. Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 20 and 21 can be considered together for Stargrass Acres located at 6820 Northern Hills Drive. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 20, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 21, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
I will now open the public hearing on items 20 and 21. Are you the applicant today?
Representing Keith Edquist, my name's Elizabeth Hunter, civil engineer and planner with Snyder and Associates at 11850 Nicholas, Suite 101.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents here today? Public hearing is closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 22 through 26 can be considered together for Blondo Point, located northwest of 209th and Blondo Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Items 22 and 23, ordinances to rezone this property from AG District to DR District and R4 District. Item 24, an ordinance to approve an amendment to the future land use element of the city's master plan from industrial to low-density residential for this property. Item 25, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 26, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
I will now open the public hearing on items 22 through 26. Are you the applicant?
Yes, sir. Here to represent the applicant, Jeff Elliott, PEC Engineering, P.O. Box 762, Gretna. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents for items 22 through 26? Public hearing is closed. No lights. Get a motion? Motion second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 27 through 29 can be considered together for El Toro Plaza, located at 2405 Z Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 27, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 28, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow general offices in the HI district. Item 29, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
I will now open the public hearing on items 27 through 29. Are you the applicants today? Represent the applicants?
Yes.
Get your name and address for the record.
Ryan Sell, 2405 Z Street.
And Joe Dutlows, 10836 Old Mill Road.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Are there any opponents for items 27 through 29?
Jenny Sinowicki, 3911 South 14th Street, 68107. This is more of a request. I request Councilmember Ron Hugg to recuse himself from voting on these items. Councilmember Hugg accepted campaign donations from Sell's Property LLC, a company from Iowa owned by Ryan Sell, the applicant. It is my opinion a vote by the council member on this would be unethical because they accepted donations, and it gives the appearance that a yes vote on this is transactional. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, no clapping, please. Thank you. Are there any other opponents for this item? Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Hugg, I'm sorry, are you an opponent? I'm sorry, please.
My name is Mario Silva.
And also your address, please.
2315 Madison Street, Omaha 68107.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
It's in reference to, it's a, I'm gonna have to have, which one you said? Sorry.
27 through 29?
Yes. Let me see that. It's right here. Okay, 2825056. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna try to help him, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
This is my property, 2315 Madison Street. That's what we have every day. We have a little issues, is not with that, sir. He's so nice and polite and everything. The only thing we request, we don't want to have all this mess in my property. When he start doing that construction, we have issues, and he know that. And we talk to him, and he let us know. So we have all the picture and everything. The request is that he can do whatever he want. That's okay for us. The only request, be safe wherever you do. Don't send this to my property, because it's a lot of,
We're not opposed about a gentleman to go and do his business, but then here's the major problem. I mean, we've been there for a long time, and then when they came in, they start going through 20. The street is 20.
24th.
25th Street. They went with heavy equipment. They dump all the dirt, stones, you name it, into our property. And to make this short, I mean, he went and looked at it, and he knows what we have. And then he sent another guy to work on it, and it was even worse. And if we look at the property today, which is a beautiful place, there's a whole bunch of junk in there that comes from the new property these guys are working. He told me that he was gonna work, fix it up. He did a little touching here and there. And then all of a sudden, we have so much junk in there, tires, you name it. When it rains, the whole property is full of mud. And then I had spent $160.
Sir, your 3 minutes has expired, so can I thank you for your comments and coming down? Ma'am, can you please give us your name and your address for the record, please? Yes, please.
My name is Maria G. Silva. My address 2315 Madison Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Do you need a picture?
No, I think you can submit them to the clerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Yep.
Give him the pictures and everything.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll recognize Councilmember Hug. You're recognized.
Mr. Sell?
Yes.
You're apparently aware of these residents' concerns. Do you want to speak to them?
I'm aware of what? I'm sorry.
Are you aware of the concerns these residents has expressed?
Yes. So I think we got to take a step back, and we've been working. This site, as you're familiar with, is used to be the Lackawanna tanning plant, hide plant, meat packing, and sat vacant for many years. There was fires there. It was ran down. We raised that demolished the entire meat packing area. It's on 5 acres right in the middle of South Omaha. During that process, there was another gentleman that had put some, this isn't the parcel that you're actually voting on today. We had purchased another parcel behind it. And we're currently working with the city on the end of that street because the water drains down the street all the way across. Since then, we've built a rock dam to slow that water down. It's something that will need to be addressed. We're going through this replat process. We've, Mr. and Ms. Sylvia have been very polite to us. We've always got along good. We've been there. Water does run down that hill. We've removed all the trash, all the trees. There was shipping containers. There was enormous amount of trash there that we've cleaned up from that site, including the packing plant. So we feel for them. We certainly have TD2 goes out and inspects every week for us on our runoff. And there have been issues, and we address them. And and Joe can speak to that. So as they do weekly inspections, they send it to us, and then we have the contractor write out to address those things. So with the storms we have, this is a challenging site. I think with the trash that was beside Mr. Sylvia's property, throughout the decades, the concrete trucks that had extra concrete, in their truck that they didn't use, they dumped it down this hill, right? There was trash from decades, from 100 years ago, that it became a dumping ground. We've kind of spoke about, I shouldn't say we've spoke, I said, you hear a lot of folks speaking about, developing within our urban, environment. And this site was designated as a blighted site with the federal, or within the city and the feds. So it sat there. It was a problem, spray painting, crime, fires, you name it. So if we step back just a little bit from when we started, this process is an enormously long process, right? Because when South Omaha was its own city, we have to replat from there. It takes months to move forward. So we're addressing the issues. We'll address with them. I haven't heard from them. We've definitely talked with them many times. They're good people, and we don't want to make enemies at all, and we don't want anybody else's property affected. And like I said, we've gone to every extent to make this work. So,
but the property that abuts up against these individuals' property is not part of what we're voting on today?
It is not. That is it's owned by another entity. And I also want you to know from another speaker, Sell Properties does have investment properties in Iowa, but we have moved our business and to Omaha, and we have been here a long time. And since probably in the last eight months, we've moved an enormous amount of capital and invested in Omaha with millions of dollars in South Omaha, properties around 84th Street and F. And we're committed immensely in the city of Omaha, and we're here to get along with all our neighbors.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sill. Mr. President, if I may, Ms. Sinowicki brought up a potential conflict of interest. I'm going to ask Mr. Kuzi to comment on that, if you would, please.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. It's the Law Department's position that based on statute, case law, and policy, the receiving of a campaign contribution to an elected official's political campaign does not constitute a conflict of interest under the law.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sill. Thank you, Mr. Kuzi.
Done. Thank you. I will recognize Council Member Goodwin now.
Yes, sir, if you could approach the stand-in. So just to be clear, your property that we're voting on today does not abut the property owners who spoke today?
Correct. So it's can I clarify real quick?
Yeah.
It's a different parcel. As we bought that, we wanted, it was a very blighted area, right? And where that was, but the property behind it was just as bad, and that's the property he's speaking of. The parcel behind it is a different parcel. And then we were able to buy 5 other lots behind there that's down the hill. Since then, we've cleaned it up we've cleaned it a lot. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of loads of trash, dumpsters out of the property. So yes, this is a problem. We want to move forward faster than anybody, but we have to go through this process, as you guys know, to move this forward. The site will have a site for small businesses, and we look forward to working with the people of South Omaha.
So then is the property they're speaking of still in disrepair, full of junk?
It was. It is not now. There is nothing. We have one small pile that's maybe one dump truck load that just came out of this hill as we fix it, because we're waiting on our retaining wall permits and stuff to get those put up. And so it was a dumping ground. There's hundreds of dumpsters that have been taken off of trash, trees, and so on. We have less than a dumpster pile of materials still laying there, and So, and obviously that'll be removed also. But we do have people that still dump on the property, so we usually wait till we have a full dumpster load.
We appreciate your willingness to maintenance and mitigate those issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. No more lights. Can we get a motion? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 30, an ordinance to rezone property located at 2009 South 7th Street from GC District to R7 District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 30. Is the applicant here today? What do we do that he's not here? Just keep going. Okay, sorry. Any proponents in for this, right? Okay, so we just move on. Okay. I'll close the public hearing at this time and have council discussion.
Festerson, we've laid this over, I think this is the third time we've laid it over. Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion, we place it on file.
Second.
Motion and a second to place on file. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug.
Yes.
Melton. Rowe.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 31, a resolution to approve a major amendment to the special use permit to allow meatpacking and related industries in the HI district located northeast of 27th and N Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communication and opposition.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 31. Is the applicant here today? Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents here for item number 31? Public hearing is closed. Discussion. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug.
Yes.
Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 32, a resolution to approve a major amendment to the special use permit to allow scrap and salvage services in the GI district located at 5940 South 60th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communications and opposition.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 32. Are you the applicant today?
Applicant, yes. My name is Clancy Peterson, 14747 California Street.
My name is Jason Alberico, 5703 South 60th Street.
Sarah Vanderwheelen, 13892 Hot Springs Lane, Dallas, Texas, 75035.
Joe Detlows, 10836 Old Mill Road.
All right, you pull it. This is a major amendment to its current special use permit allowing scrap and salvage. This special use permit is to allow for the operation of a hammer mill or an auto shredder on the site. I have, in the application, we have pictures of the shredder. What they are looking to add is a 3-Tech Alpha 7400 hammer mill shredder. The primary purpose of this machine is to resize and reduce large scrap metal like cars, and so that the recyclable material can be further refined and then taken out. So the ferrous material there is pulled out through this primary machine. And then the secondary, another piece of this recycling operation, pulls out automobile shredder residue or in further material that can be recycled out of the cars and the other primarily vehicles will be the feedstock for this. The site plan here shows the property and approximately where this will be located. This here is the automobile hammer mill shredder, and this is going to be the location of the secondary. This is, as you can see, on the southern end of the part of the property. This is the railroad that goes along here, and then the Papio Creek is this way, and Horseman's Park is to the north. There have been some questions about the sound and sound mitigation here. A gantry crane will be erected, or is proposed to be erected around the automobile shredder, around the mill area. IP Designs, a sound engineer, has developed a sound mitigation plan. These are the sound panels or paneling to reduce the sounds that they have proposed to be constructed around the gantry crane. The hammer mill sits kind of down in a little bit of a bowl, so there's nothing needed to the north, but to the south there will be some sort of paneling to reduce the sounds. In the report, it shows what sound mitigation will look like. Here, this is formerly Alvey's. It's 59 decibels. That's approximately the sound of a normal conversation, just for reference. There have been other concerns about stormwater runoff or questions about stormwater runoff. How is this going to be mitigated? This has actually already been completed through a minor amendment to the special use permit, but there is a curb and gutter along the southern end, and there are storm water outlets here. There's then a 3-basin filtration system that has been constructed to the bottom. It's going to catch all the runoff, all the material there. The debris is filtered out, and then that is cleaned then periodically. I believe Joe would be able to answer any questions that you'd have about that. We were also asked to reach out to the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy and get an endorsement from them as to whether or not this project will affect the soil or groundwater. And the Nebraska DEE has provided that letter, and I believe that is in the attachment as well. There have been other questions about air emissions. The primary emitter out of this project is going to be the diesel engine that actually operates the hammer mill. The hammer mill itself is more or less negligible as far as the emissions that would come off of there. Sarah would be able to answer any questions that you have related to air emissions on the project. And with that, we'll be available for any questions that you guys have.
Thank you.
Once again, my name is Jason Alberico, 5703 South 60th Street. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to be here. I want you to know that we are an Omaha First company. We've been here for going on 50 years in different capacities and roles, but primarily as a recycler of durable goods, heavy trucks, and automobiles. There's been a lot of claims that have been leveled against us. I'm going to say that there have been several missteps in this project. We've admitted to that, and we've participated fully in the process to make that right. We have a collaboration of some of the industry's most exceptional people. We love Omaha. We love our community. We do have physical plans and studies. Just briefly, you know, there's these things that are hurled out there that aren't based in fact. Destruction of the community, threats to safety, air, water, health damage. The project isn't fair. I have no doubt that there are several individuals who have legitimate concerns, and we've tried to alleviate them through reaching out in public processes. There is a remainder of them who I would question where the money and the finances are coming from for them to be here. With respect to air quality, once again, what we're really talking about is the diesel drive motor on this project. The piece that tears up the cars, which is called the hammer mill, is not of a concern. It is a non-emitter. The noise levels, we have IP Design Group who conducted a computer model of it. There's plans to attenuate the sound, and throughout this process, the machine itself, the best availables and controls are available for different feedstocks for different situations. You address these things if you have an issue, and we look forward to participating in that process with the City of Omaha. Runoff, Clancy touched on that. You know, we have an ADS system in there. It is from industry leaders. They develop innovative solutions that promote environmental stewardship, and they keep the water clean and free of debris. I just want to say that obviously we want to be here. We want to participate with the growth of Omaha. We love being here and we love our community. There's nothing more of our concern than to keep people safe and then participate in the recycling process. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Sarah Vanderwelen.
Scoot over this way a little. It's a little easier. there you go.
My name is Sarah Vanderwalen. I was hired by UPullet. I work for a company named Atlas Technical Consultants. Atlas is a environmental and engineering firm nationwide. I helped UPullet put together the air application for this new shredder. As Mr. Peterson noted, we looked at 3 different air emitters, the shredder, the conveyors, and the diesel engine. The diesel engine is the main driver in the permit. It is the reason that they require a permit. The shredder and conveyors have negligible emission rates of particulate matter. And just of note, the particulate matter was generated using a rock crusher emission factors. So what that means is that US EPA has developed what they feel a rock crusher would emit. Unfortunately, US EPA has not developed emission factors for metal crushers, so the closest thing we have are rock crushers. So these emission rates vastly overestimate what would be coming off a metal shredder in comparison to what actually occurs with rock crushing. So I think there are other emitters in the area that are substantially higher. If you look at air emissions inventories, particularly large facilities within a couple miles of this. So in comparison, these emissions are extremely small and are negligible to the public. We've done air dispersion modeling that shows outside of 100 meters that you cannot even tell that dust is being generated by this facility. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I know it's very scientific, so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other proponents here today? We'll now take any opponents to this item today.
Morning.
Mr. White, good afternoon.
Good morning, or afternoon, council. I am an opponent, and I'd like to explain why.
Tom, can we get your name and address for the
certainly.
record?
Thomas White, 3214 St. Mary's Avenue. My phone number is 402-346-5700. The reason I'm an opponent to this is recycling's critical, but there's a residue that wasn't discussed yet of this kind of recycling. It goes by the most benign name, fluff. In fact, fluff is so toxic, federal law requires it be specially bagged and buried in federally approved toxic landfills. It contains arsenic, carbon, you name it. It's got carcinogens, heavy metals. What nobody's talked about is this fluff's uncontained. And they call it fluff because it's fluffy. It will blow. And if it blows, it is in the land, it is in the water, and it's in the air. Now, Omaha has a very sad history with regard to toxic waste. We're still the largest lead landfill or EPA Superfund project in the country. And we owe it to ourselves at least to understand things like this industry are very necessary, but they have to be run responsibly. Now let's look at the studies. There is no Omaha study for sound. It's in Washington. There is no Omaha study really for air quality emissions. There's an estimate. Nobody has estimated how much fluff will blow on a windy day and what that will mean. And I want to tell you another thing is that you have to operate these facilities very responsibly. You have to make sure all the fluids are out of every car, because otherwise they'll end up in the dirt, in the land, oil, transmission fluid, radiator fluid. It will, if you don't pull them out right, and they can also cause explosions if they're not done properly. So we have no sound, and we have no traffic study. There is no traffic study. At the planning board, they said, well, we're not going to increase the amount of truck traffic. They're advertising all over the city to get more cars. They have to pay for a $10 million project. They have to have more volume. We have a lot of schools in this area. We have the Horseman's Park. We have a park. We have Warhorse Casino. We have Funplex, all in this area. And when fluff burns, and it burns explosively, this is in a Lincoln site. Now, this isn't fluff, but this is a Lincoln site run by UPollet this year. Would be, if it's fluff, that's a toxic plume going right over the neighborhood. Now, I have another serious concern. It is my understanding, and perhaps council will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding right now UPollet has a facility in Arizona that's closed for failure to comply with air quality standards. And the biggest problem I have is this. People who respect the law can be trusted to run their business properly in accordance with their promises. UPollet started building without a permit. They ignored a halt construction order from city planning. They kept building. They had another halt construction order, and they kept going. So when you're dealing with toxic substances, this individual, and you have that kind of history of contempt for the rules, contempt for the environment, you have to wonder whether or not this is the right place. And I would urge this council, given our history as a city, to please seriously consider having firm requirements for them to go forward. They didn't even share the courtesy of applying for a permit. We ought to have assurances they're going to do it right. That means...
Tom, your time's up. Your time's up. Thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Congratulations, Councilman Begley, on your appointment or election, and Councilwoman Goodwin on your election. My name is Kimara Snipes. I reside at 1729 South 12th Street in South Omaha, Nebraska, where I'm from. I am here representing myself today, and I set my own schedule, which is why I'm able to be here. And that comment is part of why I have been a neighborhood organizer for almost 20 years. I work very hard to build neighborhood power through leadership development, technical assistance, and authentic, empathetic, strategic public engagement. I'm here today to speak to how community expects processes like this to unfold in a way that centers residents' voice, community well-being, and transparency, especially in South Omaha. I recognize that special use permits are a normal part of city development, but when those permits involve environmental risk, floodplain complications, or uses like salvage operations, fluff like we just heard about, they deserve more than procedural approval. They deserve deep and equitable engagement with the people who live the closest to the site. This case at 5940 South 60th involves land partially located in the flood, fringe, and floodway overlay districts, and yet residents have shared that they weren't properly informed. And when they did speak out, they were met with intimidation, including reports to me personally that a sitting city council member told a resident organizing against this to pipe down until after the recent city elections and accepted campaign donations as well. Unacceptable. Ultimately, it's the council's role to take a position on this, but please know that we believe that residents have the right to speak freely and without political pressure. The city has a responsibility to actively notify and include residents, especially when zoning or land use changes involve public health, safety, or long-standing neighborhood concerns. And I appreciate the city for doing their role. And nonprofits like the one I run must be able to support residents who organize without fear that our advocacy or relationships will jeopardize projects, funding, or partnerships. I urge the city to review and improve notification practices for vulnerable use permits, especially in South Omaha and other historically overburdened communities. Commit to strengthening neighborhood-led level engagement before these items reach the council agenda, and continue to respect that public comment and community advocacy are not disruptions, they are democracy in action. In moments like these, your decision isn't just about land use. It's about trust. It's about whether residents believe that our voices matter or whether outcomes are predetermined and power is out of reach. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now we have a list. There's a list of people. I apologize. Is Mr. Will Manhart here? You're recognized. It says Will Manhart.
Will Manhart. My address has been waived.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks, Will.
Hello, my name is Will Manhart, and I am here in opposition to the car shredder. I go to school in South Omaha and participate in track, cross country, and soccer for my school. As a student athlete, I think the car shredder will be a huge threat to the health and safety of other athletes and my teams. The car shredder will cause air pollution that will hurt our lungs and make it harder to run and breathe. I'm also concerned that debris could fall on us and on the field and track when it explodes. This could hurt somebody, and the debris would be a pain to pick up. I'm sure athletes in Ralston who are closer to the car shredder will agree with this and wouldn't appreciate their season being disrupted. This is why I strongly disagree with the car shredder. Thank you.
Will, can you come back up? I got one quick question for you. What grade are you in, buddy?
8th, going into 8th.
Thank you for being here. You did a great job. I appreciate you coming out. Thanks. Next up is Isabella Manhart. Is Isabella here?
All right. I'd like to share this with you all. My name is Isabella Manhart. I am a constituent in District 4, and I'm speaking today in opposition to this project. I'm studying to be a teacher at UNO, and I have a contract with Omaha Public Schools. I'm speaking on my own behalf, but I work as a substitute teacher in many of the South Omaha schools, and I have a lot of concerns about this project, mainly because it's in the middle of a neighborhood. There are 14 schools in a 2-mile radius of this project. I've gone on our GIS system and made a map for you all, which I'll submit to the public record when I'm done speaking. But it concerns me because there's studies that have shown that auto shredders create harmful pollution. They release metal particulates into the air that can cause serious health risks, and our area is surrounded by young families and retirees. The other thing that concerns me a lot is that in the past 5 years, U-Pullet has had 5 different fires. They have 4 locations in Des Moines and in Omaha, and every single one of their locations has had a fire in the past 5 years. So there was one at the location in South Omaha where the shredder is now being proposed, and customers were told to evacuate because of fear about chemicals in the area. There was a fire then at the North Omaha U-Pullet location in 2020 as well, and it took more than an hour to control. There was another fire at the North Omaha plant, or the North Omaha area U-Pullet location in 2023. And then there was a fire in their Des Moines location, which caused one person to be injured and taken to the hospital for first-degree burns and smoke inhalation. And then in Lincoln, just right before their permit went to City Council, there was a fire related to their car baler at their Lincoln location. And as you can see, these are really destructive. I'll share with you. This is the South Omaha location. It's just releasing a big plume of black smoke into the air. So I know that they're saying that there won't be any emissions, but when they have fires like this repeatedly at every location, again, every year for the past 5 years, or there's been 5 in the past 5 years, and that shows me that they are not taking proper care of our community. I went to Ron Hugg's town hall the other week, and U-Pullet said that they are not willing to pay for an air monitor or a sensor in the area to track air quality. They said that they're not willing to put any money aside to support the health of neighbors. And they've demonstrated that they're willing to break the rules by building their equipment without the proper permits, and they're unwilling to invest back in the health of our community. This track record of accidents shows me that U-Pullet is not prepared to keep our community safe, and it's an area, again, that has 14 schools, it has numerous childcare facilities and parks, and a lot of young people who want to play there. And I think that now is an important time to set a precedent that we're not going to let industries take advantage of our Omaha communities, and we're not going to prioritize their interests over the health of young people, over the wellness of our schools. We have one of the highest childhood asthma rates in the country in the city, which is frankly an embarrassment, and I would hate to see projects like this that, are run by a company that continually has...
Ms. Manhart, your time's up. Thank you for coming down today. Thank you. The next speaker is Allison Yankee. I probably pronounced that wrong. I apologize. Is Allison here? Yes. Hi, Allison.
Hi, I'm Allison Yankee, 12505 Ponca Road, Omaha, Nebraska, 68112, and I'm just here in opposition as well. We need to keep our communities safe. I've always been an advocate for environmental safety, and in an urban area, it's particularly important because we have so many people in such close quarters. And yeah, I stand in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. Next speaker is Allie Hop. I'm probably getting that wrong too, but is Allie? Hi, Allie. Abby.
Abby.
Was I
that's
close?
Right. Yeah, Hop. Yep,
All right.
you were close.
Thanks. Welcome.
My address is 14227 Francis Circle, Omaha, Nebraska 68144. I'm here in opposition because of all of the concerns about environmental hazards from the U-Pullet, hammer mill, and auto shredder. I'm concerned about your constituents who live close and far away, because do we know about lasting effects of fluff and where it stops? Here in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker that signed in is Edward Sagil.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Edward Spiegel, 3926, the letter X Street in South Omaha. I'm a lifelong resident of the neighborhood. I'm loving all the buzzwords today of generational decision. In the use of the word recuse, how about if we use the word conscience? But as I understand it, Mayor Ewing has a commitment to environmental care for North and South Omaha. He likes to create jobs to ensure that residents can live, work, and play in their neighborhoods, which require a healthy environment. I'm going to ask you today, how does this provide a healthy environment? Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next up is Mary Royers. Is Mary here? Good afternoon, Mary.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Royers, and I have had my address requirement waived. I'm here as a concerned citizen speaking in opposition of the auto shredder, and I question whether the folks hired from out of state to assure of the safety of this shredder would be as supportive if the shredder were located in their city, in their neighborhood, and next to their elementary schools. I grew up in West Omaha. My soil was safe, my air was clean, and as a kid I was able to run around my yard and explore the fields nearby without my parents ever worrying for a moment about any dangerous residue, any fluff from nearby factories or businesses. My friends and I could run around the neighborhood chasing ice cream trucks, jumping on trampolines, without a care in the world about the land underneath us making us sick, because we had no reason to be concerned. When I moved to District 2 3 years ago, as mentioned before, our super site, I was shocked to learn about how protected I had been throughout my experiences in other parts of the city, about how people living in the same city have had completely different experiences with their environment, their air, their land, their water, than I have had the privilege of growing up. Upon moving in, we learned that our neighbors had children who were sick with lead poisoning, needing regular checkups, blood tests, and air filters to try to improve their symptoms. We also learned that the previous owners of the home had to file paperwork for remediation, completely removing the top 18 inches of our soil of our property and replacing it, because that's how deep the contamination ran. We need to be careful before opening our windows in the spring and fall, because the dust and dirt from non-remediated lots around us can make us sick. And the city provided us with a special vacuum with a HEPA filter to remove the harmful dust as much as possible. In 2025, our household is still paying for the city prioritizing business over the health of their community members over 100 years ago. We might be able to say that we didn't know better back then, but we certainly know better today. I know West Omaha, and I know this business in question would never be allowed to put neighbors at risk there. It would never even be considered. So why would we allow this to hurt our neighbors in South Omaha? We cannot jeopardize the health of Omaha residents for the sake of businesses, regardless of zip code, and I implore you to do what's right for Omaha residents and to do the decent thing, prevent more harm to members of our community. We all deserve to live on land that does not make us sick. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker that signed in is Stephanie Matthews. Stephanie, are you here?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
My name is Stephanie Matthews, and my address is 5710 M Street. I strongly oppose the car shredder because it will disproportionately expose my community to hazardous pollution. It is a high-volume hazardous process, and it has the potential of leaking into the nearby creek and polluting our air. In the previous planning board meetings, UPullet has had their representatives downplay the potential risk of operating, and doing this both by attempting to divert our attention to other businesses in the area and also comparing their site to other sites that are 10 times the size of their proposed site. There's two problems with this. The first problem is impacts to the environment are cumulative. This means they build up. So trying to divert to other possible pollution is not helping their case. The second problem is that UPullet comparing it to a site that's 10 times its size when there are examples that are less than 2 times their size that have had issues with pollution and lawsuits over these issues. I was wondering if you have all received my email that has the Douglas County Health Department recommendations for the car shredder. It also includes the recommendations for monitoring from the South Omaha Environmental Task Force, and it has a EPA recommendation for car shredders that I've included. Have you all received that? Okay, so I won't go into all the details for that. So I've compiled a list of requests from the community. Like I said, I live very close to the car shredder, so I'm a part of the community, and I've just been out, knocking door to door, speaking to other residents in the area. So my first request is that all recommendations in the health department's letter are followed. And two that I'd like to point out is the first one, that Nebraska Department of Energy and Environment be engaged in the planning and, most important, the monitoring of this site once it moves forward, or if it moves forward. And the second final recommendation of that letter is that this company works with the surrounding neighborhoods to agree on practices, time of operation, noise limits, and just overall communication with us. The second request is that the car shredder is only opened Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. In the document that is linked on your agenda for today, it states that it would be open from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. and during the summer from
Ms.
8
Matthews,
a.m.
your time has expired, but thank you for coming down today. Thank you. Our next speaker who signed in is Wes Jensen. Wes, are you here? Welcome.
Thank you, council members. Wes Jensen, 2323 Howard Street. I really wasn't planning to speak because I was hoping you all would delay and have more to talk about, and I would run down to the CWS for tonight's game, but here I am. And really, I just came here to stand in solidarity with our immigrant community, our South Omaha community, who has been traumatized, and I thank you for your support for them and our mayor's support and other members of our city. And so I hope they know we stand with them, we stand for them. But I speak today, it really troubled me when the project organizers, the business owner, spoke about where's their money coming from, those who oppose this. When you look at the individuals who came up and spoke so far, knowing many of them and not knowing all of them, I'm troubled by the fact of where's the money. We are community members who care about our community, the health and safety of our families. As an educator, I care about the health and safety of my students. As an educator in North Omaha, I know the damage that businesses have provided because of permits and environmental malpractice and pollution. That asthma is a huge thing that many students of mine still worry about today. I have asthma as well, so I understand that health concern. And it just, again, it really troubles me that the question would be from the business owner, where is the money coming from those who oppose? I would love to know where I'm getting paid. So it's disheartening to hear that, and to hear that there are members of our community just last week who lost the opportunity of due process, where this business intentionally ignored the processes that our city government has laid out, and you all potentially could just excuse that. I really hope you take the ethical vote, because that's what it's about. It's about ethics. And you take the ethical vote and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Nurton, is Joyce here? Good afternoon, Joyce.
My name is Joyce Nurton. I'm at 5417 South 56th Street. I live right up in the neighborhood where this is proposed. I wasn't going to speak either. I have strong feelings of opposition on this, but I decided to represent that neighborhood that is pretty much right across the street from where this is going to happen. My concerns started out mainly about debris. Traveling along 60th Street corridor, as they call it, every day, going to my home, which in fact is probably one of the richer areas in District 2, I would surmise, because we do have one of the owners' homes there that they keep referencing, that they don't care about the noise and everything else. But that home is not fully occupied throughout the year and has had many complaints from the neighbors about the debris and the care of that home along the 60th Street corridor. And in fact, they said that there will be no additional increase in traffic. Our streets are already breaking down from the heavy traffic. Coming here, I passed a trailer full of cars, auto, big double-decker, taking the cars there. I have found bumpers, fenders, alternators, and other items which the person representing you Pullet says he never sees. In addition, they also say that there's other businesses along that corridor that emits more pollution or emits more air pollution. But my question is to everybody in this room, if that is true, why is our city not having oversight on that? So if that's not what we're having oversight on down at the recycling center, at Pink Grading, at Hanson's, then where is our assurance that there will be oversight? We're already saying that there's other pollutants coming from the 60th Street corridor, and there's nothing being done. So where is our confidence as our neighborhood that this is going to have the proper oversight? We already learned it started out without the proper permits. I walked on the trail. It's not just my neighborhood. People use that trail. I walk that trail every day, and I have a sound bite of what appeared to be the hammer operating and the sound coming from it. So there's other people using that trail, and if they're talking about fluff, that concerns me. I live in that neighborhood. I was not told about, well, I could see the fire. I was not evacuated. I was not told about it. I was not told about this hammer. So I guess that's my concern, is mainly our neighborhood. Our values go up for taxes, but our home ownership market goes down because we're allowing these industries to include graders.
Joyce, thank you for coming down. Thank you. Next speaker is Kyra Britt.
Hello, council members. My name is Kira Britt. My address is 5005 Cass Street. Yeah, so much has already been said. I feel like so much has already been covered, but I'm vehemently opposed to this car shredder. As we've covered, it will pollute the air with heavy metals and other toxins. Those will be carried into our waterways and into our neighborhoods and schools and parks. there's a very high chance that it will further pollute our waterways because it's in a flood zone. And these toxins will increase the risk of cancers and other illnesses for residents of South Omaha. I think the fact that UPullet never had the proper permits before they started building the shredder and operating the shredder just illustrates how little care was put into this project and how little thought has been given to the impacts that the shredder will have not only on our natural resources, but on the bodies of all those living in close proximity to it. Yeah, and I understand that the representatives from UPullet have shared some steps that they've taken to mitigate some possible pollution issues, but there's a lot that they did not address. And I think the research that we've heard from other constituents addressing, the risks of pollution is, I think what they've said is a lot more research than what we've heard from UPullet. I would also like to address Councilman Hugg. I've also heard that UPullet donated thousands of dollars to your campaign, so I just want to say I sure hope that it doesn't impact your vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Luis Jimenez.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue, speaking to oppose the normalization of noncompliance and the role of the council as enablers. You've been selected or reelected. The public does not directly vote on equipment. They voted for you. They do vote on judgment, fairness, and character. This body is developing a pattern, a documented, accessible pattern of approving projects after those projects are progressing unpermitted or outside of zoning regulations. The UPullet shredder might be another case. The council should remember the concrete crusher, which operated and emitted harmful dust into residential areas in which was rehabilitated and forwarding the project rather than penalizing it. So businesses have learned, build first, apply later. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission in Omaha, because once a machine is in place, once jobs are promised and capital is committed, this council says yes. When polluters see that enforcement is soft and approvals are guaranteed after the fact, they seek your support. This is what I call the carrier of noncompliance. It's a behavior passed from one bad project to the next because it faces no effective resistance in Omaha's regulatory environment. And the cost is borne by the people like South Omaha who carry the burden of environmental injustice. Some might say the council's hands are tied once it's already built. I say you are sitting on them. But that argument reflects the same logic we see in judicial systems that issue rulings without enforcement. If your decision can't stop harm, then what is the purpose of the decision? This body has the authority to say no, because your leadership means putting rules and people ahead of shortcuts and profit. If you approve this shredder in due course after it began to be assembled without permission, delivery of the machinery into the property began in May of last year, then you're not regulating industry, you are endorsing misconduct. I'll leave you with this. May I remind you that by voting to approve TIF for the streetcar, our community both sanctioned the charter's grant of fiscal tools and affirmed, albeit hesitantly, Nebraska's broader economic development framework. Yet today, the same framework is being tested by after-the-fact approvals that neither voters nor statutes intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gab Rima. Gab?
Hello, my name is Gab Rima. I've had my address requirement waived. I was born and raised in Omaha. I'm a current resident of South Omaha, where I recently purchased my first home, officially deciding to put my roots deeper into Omaha soil. But I grew up in North Omaha in the Benson neighborhood. I had a very typical Benson kid childhood. I was raised on pizza from the pizza shop, groceries from Louis Market. I went to Rose Hill Elementary and the Benson Branch Library, the Gallagher Pool, the Maple Street YMCA, and I had my blood tested every year for lead. My childhood home on Lake Street was sitting on top of the lead Superfund site. Omaha is home to the largest residential lead contamination site in the continental U.S. Because over 125 years ago, we allowed lead processing and battery recycling plants to go unchecked in our city. So Omaha has a real history with this sort of thing, of letting industry and corporations decide what our city is, who gets to live in it, and specifically who gets to live well in it. I live in South Omaha now. My last city councilor was Vinnie Palermo, who was removed from this council after being indicted for fraud in relation to embezzling funds from a nonprofit that was meant to help youth in my community, whose removal and vacancy on this council resulted in my district being completely voiceless for last year's city budget hearing. And now I fear that my district is voiceless again, because I fear that Ron Hugg has sold my vote. I understand that there's nothing illegal about taking campaign donations. I'm not naive, I get it. But given the broken trust between South Omaha and this city, I unfortunately feel like I have to hold Councilman Hugg to a higher standard, because I would hope that the city would want to build better trust with South Omaha and repair that broken trust. But instead, he breaks it, and this corporation breaks it by refusing to follow the proper processes. I chose to buy a house in South Omaha. I chose to put down roots here. I want to raise my children there, and I don't want to test my children for lead or worry about them getting asthma or cancer. All Omaha residents deserve to live here and to live well, regardless of who represents them on this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker signed in, Tegan Earhart.
Hello, council members. My name is Tegan Earhart. I live at 4521 South 20th Street, and I'm sure you've already been listening and heard and will continue to hear in the comments today. There are health and safety concerns for the people living in South Omaha related to the operation of this car shredder. And as a resident myself, I'm strongly urging you as city council members to consider whether or not enough is known to assure South O that operating this car shredder will not cause harm to my neighbors and their families. I think it would speak volumes to not give out this permit lightly. I hope you are considering if there are sufficient safety plans in place to address fire hazards, worker safety, and possible pollutants in our air, water, and soil. Our community is hurting. A vote against this permit would be a strong statement in favor of the people living life in South Omaha. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ava Manhart.
Hi, I'm Ava Manhart, and I've had my address requirement waived. My sibling and I worked really hard to get an address waiver for this meeting today because of eminent safety concerns for our family. I'm a minor, and I should not have to share my address with strangers on the public record. After resubmitting our forms, we were able to get them approved, but it took us a long time, and it was far more complicated than it should have been. And unfortunately, we are not the ones most at risk right now. Our neighbors are being threatened by immigration and customs enforcement raids throughout our community. People are scared for their safety and for their families, regardless of their legal status. People are scared to go to work, go out in public, and even
Ms.
buy
Manhart,
groceries.
I would ask that you stay with the agenda item, please.
I'm getting to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Many voices are not here today. Many families who live near the proposed shredder because they cannot afford to appear on the public record for fear of their safety. If it was that complicated for my siblings and I to get address waivers, if we had to explain personal details of our private safety to the city to receive them, imagine this scenario for our neighbors who are afraid of having ICE show up at their home and take them away from their
Ms.
family.
Manhart, please, this is the last time. Please stay on the issue at hand. Thank you.
You guys have heard all of the concerns from everyone here, the environmental concerns and everything, and I guarantee that, when Ron Hugg asks questions, he's going to throw softballs at these people, and they're going to answer them in whatever way it takes to get their permit. Please, please use critical thinking skills and realize that they're just saying what it takes to get their permit. They do not have our best interests in their mind, and they're just looking to make a profit off of South Omaha.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thanks for pivoting back. I just want to make sure our time is spent on the issue at hand, and I appreciate your passion, and thank you for coming down today. Next up is Deborah McKnight. Is that Reverend McKnight? Welcome.
I'm speaking to you as a resident of Omaha and a person who drives down that road on 60th Street all the time to pick up my daughter from her grandparents. I'm very concerned about the environmental impact, the possibility of fire and explosion, and the history of this. I'm also concerned because of all the schools, parks, soccer fields, and other amenities around us. I would urge that there be a city environmental impact study, or at least a delay until folks in this South Omaha district are less in crisis given the ice raids before this is a finalized project. As a United Methodist pastor, I want to give voice to this critical space as a person of faith, not because I believe that this church and state should not be separated, but because they have important roles of caring for community in each of their own ways. The United Methodist Book of Discipline that transcends our community and into the global church names explicitly a call for less environmental destruction, for greater environmental stewardship, for seeing all the earth as sacred and valuable and not as something consumable. And it says in particular, we confess that the negative impacts resulting from the degradation of the environmental and natural world have fallen disproportionately on marginalized communities, including indigenous tribes, religious and ethnic communities, people living in poverty, and other vulnerable groups. We therefore pledge to resist all forms of environmental exploitation, neglect, inequality, and destruction. These practices condemned impoverished communities and all of us to bear the brunt of a hazardous environment, industrial pollutants, toxic waste dumps, and urban decay. Such behaviors constitute environmental racism. We oppose policies and practices that relegate marginalized communities to a permanent underclass status and ignore indigenous and other sources of communal wisdom that call for air, land, and water to be treated with profound respect. All creation is a manifestation of love and connectedness. And so we urge, as people of faith, care for the environment, care for our community, and a responsibility for a future that we can hand down to our children and grandchildren with pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anna Hernandez. Anna.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ana Hernandez, 3004 South 126 Plaza, born and raised in South Omaha amongst the meatpacking industry. I'm also asthmatic. Could it be concluded that it was the meatpacking industry and the industry around there? You can't come to a conclusion, but it is probable. That being said, I am an avid biker. I bike on the Papillion trails, and it does kind of concern me that this type of activity is occurring, especially when you're talking about residues, particles. And the big word right now is microplastics. We're at the inception of the harm that microplastic has caused within our society. I mean, they found it in everything. And these are small, negligible particles that in the past they didn't think caused anything. Now they're discovering it up in our frontal lobe. They're discovering it everywhere. I highly recommend that you do some simple research. I'm not a scientist, but I'm an avid reader. And as a biker on these trails, it does really concern me that these microplastics that could perhaps be coming out of this smashing mechanism will be going all over the place, and in the future it could become a Superfund, because in the past asbestos was harmless, radium was harmless, and now the big word is microplastics. So thank you for the time, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lilla Ramsey.
Hi, my name is Lila Ramsey. I have a waiver for my address.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am opposed to having a car shredder. This is why. A car shredder is really harsh on the environment. There is a creek nearby that supplies the water for the area. Car shredders often explode, so if it explodes, it'll pollute the water source. It will also pollute the ground, so plants and crops couldn't grow there. That's not all. Many people live there. If people breathe that in, that would result to health problems. My grandma and grandpa live there. I don't want them to have health problems. Also, sometimes I bike with them on the trail. Additionally, there is a park nearby and soccer fields nearby. If people breathe in the pollution, that would result in lung problems. In conclusion, a car shredder would be terrible for the environment, the people, and everything around it. Please do not allow for this car shredder to exist.
Thank you for coming down. Next speaker, sign in, is Austin Hampshire.
Hi there, thank you. This is shamefully my first time coming
Austin,
to
can you give your address for us?
Oh, yeah,
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Austin Hampshire. I am a resident of North Omaha at 6512 North 32nd Street for my whole life. Like I was going to say, this is my first city council meeting, and you know, I wish I'd been able to come before, but I thought this issue was just that important for me to speak on. I study environmental economics, and environmental stewardship is a passion of mine, being a Ponca member. We have heard from many other citizens today, even the children and youth that are our future, and I have to ask if the city council members have children themselves to consider in this decision. I think everyone that we've heard speak today is extremely qualified to say why they disapprove of this project, but I don't know if anyone here is qualified to approve of this decision because of the scale of impact that could happen. The Papio Creek watershed runs through Sarpy County, Douglas County, and Washington County, and agriculture is a large part of the economy for our state. If these heavy metals and other pollutants are emitted into our waterways or soil, our crops could be contaminated, our economy could be devastated. Who knows what impact it could have on our development and our livelihoods. So just please vote with ethics and conscientiousness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Evelina Sane. And you get the award for the most perfect penmanship on your sign-in sheet today. It's terrific. Welcome.
My name is Evelina Sane, and I reside at 109 South 51st Avenue. I'm speaking today on behalf of Students for Sustainability in opposition to the U-Pullet shredder. During the Juneteenth proclamation at the beginning of this meeting, Councilmember Goodwin remarked that the election of Mayor John Ewing, who I love, symbolizes a progressing city. However, it's difficult to characterize our city as progressive when striving for equality, when our most vulnerable communities continue to be exploited by projects like the U-Pullet car shredder. These shredders are known to release auto fluff, which has been mentioned formerly, a mix of aerosolized heavy metals and glass. The World Health Organization has linked exposure to this type of pollution to an increased risk of pulmonary cancer, stroke, heart disease, and asthma. Health issues that plagued North Omaha before OPPD finally recognized the need to decommission the coal plants contributing to these harms. This shredder project is the antithesis of progress. Industrial pollution disproportionately harms vulnerable populations in Omaha, a city shaped by a legacy of segregation. In the early 20th century, Omaha politicians actively restricted black settlement through redlining, a practice that systematically denied minorities access to government services based on geography. Industries exploited this system, building hazardous facilities in already disadvantaged neighborhoods. This pattern persists to this day, both locally and nationally. According to the NAACP, race is the most significant predictor of where toxic facilities are located in the U.S. The North Omaha Coal Power Plant, which SFS, my organization, spent years advocating to decommission, exemplifies this injustice. But now the U-Pullet auto shredder is planned for South Omaha, a largely Hispanic community. This shredder will harm the surrounding neighborhood and raise serious environmental justice concerns. According to the EPA, meatpacking plants across the Midwest have been cited for multiple types of pollution over the past 2 decades. Yet water pollution has faced the least regulatory enforcement, one of the exact concerns posed by the shredder. The trend is clear. Industrial facilities continue to be cited in underprivileged communities. This project fits that pattern exactly. The undeniable truth is that the shredder would never be proposed in an affluent West Omaha neighborhood. This is environmental racism, perhaps not intentional, but no less real. It isn't enough for the city to return to this issue 10 years from now with some sort of revitalization plan, not after the Platte Creek River has been contaminated, and not after residents have suffered the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker signed in is Sarah Smolin. Is Sarah here? Hi, Sarah.
Hey y'all, my name is Sarah Smolin. I live at 3015 Spring Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I live in District 4. I'm here in opposition to the car shredder, like everyone else before me, for all of the reasons that they have said as well. The answers that we've been provided by you Pullitt and the representatives are just not sufficient. We've learned that they are extremely limited in their scope and their specificity. Studies have not even been done here in Omaha, which is insulting, because we are being fed incomplete and skewed information and told that it will be fine. I live in South O, and I teach very close to this location. My school is on the map that Isabella showed us earlier, and many of my students have asthma. And I have to wonder, is this a part of the environmental hazards that they've been exposed to living in their neighborhoods? And what's interesting is I also have asthma, and I have access to inhalers because I have insurance, so I can go see a doctor and get a prescription for it and pick up an inhaler whenever I need one. Many of my students do not have that privilege. So you are asking them not only to get asthma, but also have to deal with it without proper medical care. As previously mentioned, I know Ms. Sinowecki said that Ron Hugg has accepted campaign donations from you Pullitt, which is true. I looked on the Nebraska Accountability and Disclosure Commission just before this to confirm. And while that is well within his legal right, and that's fine, as a constituent, that does not sit well with me, especially considering the crimes of your predecessor. The bottom line is I don't want this in my city. I don't want this near my students' homes. Somebody raised the question, who is this benefiting? How is this improving our quality of life? And I think that's something that we need to take into consideration as we are thinking about these projects. So please, please do not approve these permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents here today? That we're done with the sign-ins, but any other opponents are welcome to come and speak. Mr. Lindsay.
Go airborne here.
You're looking good, John.
Thank you. John Lindsay, 1537 Skylark Drive, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm following up a little bit on on what Tom White talked about. And first, I commend Danny Begley, the first time I've ever seen somebody shut Tom up, and you did it well. I am appearing on behalf of Nebraska Future Fund, and I can answer a couple of questions that have been raised. One from the applicants have talked about who's paying for the opposition, who's doing all of that kind of stuff. And I will tell you, Nebraska Future Fund, which is a 501 Nebraska corporation, 501c4, that is has an interest in economic justice. And I think the last testifier pretty much said what the goal was, which is let's not treat South Omaha neighborhoods or North Omaha neighborhoods or Central Omaha neighborhoods any different than any other neighborhood. And that's what we do. Is we did spend money on a text campaign to let many of the neighbors know, and had a website to keep them informed. After that, money was irrelevant because these people whose homes are going to be affected, whose neighborhoods are going to be affected, whose children will be affected, they stood up and did what parents do. And they go reach out and try to protect their children. It's not, money has, as we all know, an impact in politics. As a former, I gotta quit hitting this stuff. As a former elected official, I know what you all know, which is none of you up there like raising money. I hated it, and I'm sure you all do too. It's a very unfortunate aspect. So whether Councilman Hugg received contributions or not, to me is irrelevant. I contributed to Councilman Hugg, but it's only because I've known him for 30 years. 40 years, sorry. I didn't realize my hair was as white as yours. So I don't think that's relevant. What I think is relevant, and what hasn't been brought up too much yet, is that this is going to vastly increase the number of semis, and you all know 60th Street. Where are the semis going? Are they going to get off the interstate at 72nd and come down the 2-lane Q Street? Or are they going to try to come up that windy 60th Street from the south? We don't know because there has not been a traffic study. On October 2nd of last year, there was I believe WWT had a story on this that said traffic was an issue raised in front of the planning board, but you don't see a traffic
John,
study.
you're going to make me do what I did to Mr. White. Your 3 minutes is up. I know you are. Thanks, John. Thanks for coming down. Are there any other opponents here today?
Hi, my name is William Manhart. I live in District 4. I've had my address waived. I am not paid to be here. I'm here on my own accord. I encourage the City Council to vote no on this auto shredder. I have two main concerns. First, you've probably heard all the concerns about the environmental impact and what it will do to the community in South Omaha. I'm concerned that the City of Omaha is not willing to do an independent study to do a study on an independent environmental study on this. I know Councilman Hugg in his town hall said he'd get everybody purple air monitors. I'm not sure if that would happen, if this even occurs. The second concern I have is about the campaign contributions, and I know this has been stated before in other testimony. May I ask the city attorney about what that is? You
have to direct it.
Gotcha.
Keep your comments to yourself.
Anyway, I'm going to ask again for you to recuse yourself from this vote, Councilman Hugg. This is a second item. Starting to become a pattern here. So I think it says a lot about the city council. If you can be paid for your vote, you can come in here as a company, establish, break the rules, and then if you pay enough money to a city council person, well, it's okay. You can still get away with it. So if you wouldn't, could I have the, no?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents here?
Yes, my name is William Eugene Bush. I'm homeless. I have no address. I oppose of the project too because I feel like that it is a lot of kids and things like that that have. This is a cancer state, like I think that we really, if a person can't hold down what they supposed to be holding down, as I see with you pull it, then I think that it don't need to go on. I'm a resident of the city my whole life too, and I say let's get it together. Yes, I oppose to that.
Thank you.
Omaha, Ijaja, Wawitata, Mitana. My government name is Rachel Parker.
Your address, please, as well. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My address is 3419 Cummings Street in Omaha, Nebraska, 68131. I'm here just as a community member listening to everybody and what they're saying, and I'm focusing on words today. As an enrolled member of the Omaha tribe, I can place root several generations right down to the Florence area. My grandfather, Gahigi Jinga, walked alongside Standing Elk and Big Elk, and he assisted Brigham Young when he was passing through and helped him set up camp during winter. To me, that speaks volumes. That's community, that's kindness. He took somebody in that didn't look like him, he didn't know, and he cared for him. Therefore, I have a responsibility to the community to speak on this, respectfully too, of course. Government is hard for me because our people aren't structured like that, Native people. But what I hear is I focus on words. And so I'm hearing environmental factors, detriment, right? Contamination. Then I'm hearing children. Then I'm hearing things regarding integrity. Then I'm hearing redlining. Then I'm hearing North and South Omaha. And we all know that integrity is something that we see in our society that officials are currently struggling with. And so accountability is a piece of that. So integrity-wise, do you support individuals? And if you vote for this, then you're saying that you support those individuals, and that speaks volumes to your integrity as well. Our relatives in South Omaha are going through a lot right now. That's family. Children are being ripped apart. I will stay on, but I'm just trying to paint what our communities are going through specifically. And so I hear individuals say West Omaha too, and not having to deal with that. And as a person who was born and raised on the north side with connections to the motherland, to the Omaha Indian Reservation, and now working within homeless response in our community, we need to do better. And what is so hard about accountability? Integrity-wise, what is so wrong about refraining from a vote? What's so hard about that? What's so hard about doing the right thing? Because if nothing changes, then nothing changes. And I thank you guys, Wiblaha, for your time.
Thank you.
Jenny Sinowicki, 3911 South 14th Street, 68107. It is my opinion Councilmember Ron Hugg should recuse himself from this vote. He accepted $5,000 plus in campaign donations from this company and or the company owners seeking the permit. It is my opinion this is an ethical issue and gives the appearance that a vote for this is transactional. Second, I think there's already been talk about the issues with UPollet. What happened with UPollet seems to be a consistent pattern in South Omaha. This is not an isolated incident. And the concrete crusher was brought up, so I'm going to talk about that a little bit because that was right next to my parents' neighborhood in South Omaha. So a concrete company crushing it operated for months illegally without a permit near my parents' neighborhood in South Omaha and sent a bunch of concrete dust into the nearby neighborhoods. So there were no mitigation factors going on at that time. This was in 2024, and I want to note the company was from Gretna. There was minimal action by the city. Only when the residents found out the company was operating illegally through a public records request, took us to do a public records request, did the city put it to a stop because residents spoke up. Are there any consequences for operating without a permit related, especially when it comes to big industrial operations? Related to that question, the replat and or permit vote for the concrete operation came before the city council just this past March. And the council was aware they were operating illegally because residents told you that. The city council approved the permit for that concrete operation that was operating illegally, despite it operating illegally. I also sent paperwork to the city requesting an investigation to be done to see how much concrete dust went into the neighborhoods. What sort of health impacts are we looking at? No one responded, not even my council member, Ron Hugg. No investigation. I also want to note, because this seems to be a pattern, Councilmember Ron Hugg accepted a campaign donation from the owner of the concrete company prior to his vote on it, and he voted for its passage. Again, in my opinion, this is unethical. Ron Hugg should have recused himself. I have a feeling that this is potentially going to pass. the odds of something not passing seems to be minimal amongst this body. I don't know if it's going to change. So my recommendation is this. I recommend the City Council put forth an ordinance or resolution that requires the City Planning Department to track the number of stop orders given to industrial operations and permit violations, include name of company, location, number of stop orders, and what the violation entailed. Then what has been tracked should be compiled in a report. That report then should analyze potential health impacts.
Ms. Sinowicki, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
People are aware, and that needs to be
Thank you for coming down.
annually, put out annually.
Thank you. Next opponent, is there any more opponents?
Hello, my name is Jackie Wayman. My address is 5811 V Street. I live across the street from U Pullet, and I believe its owners are my neighbors. I can see and hear U Pullet from my property. I'm a small business owner, and I'm also a healthcare provider. As a business owner, I respect my neighbor's right to make a living. However, as a healthcare provider, I understand that the care that must be taken when people's health and well-being are at stake, as it is when handling toxic substances. Ignorance is not an excuse for neglecting environmental or legal protections. And I would agree that it appears that U Pullet has approached this project with an ask for forgiveness instead of permission attitude. And that instills very little confidence that they will prioritize ongoing environmental and noise regulation. The consequences will fall on the community because of the proximity to residential areas and water supply. The city needs to hold the project to the highest standards, and unfortunately, I don't think that U Pullet has risen to that challenge. Compared to ground and water contamination, noise pollution is, of course, exponentially less concerning. However, the residents in my neighborhood still have a right to live in peace, and the city of Omaha should be concerned with protecting investments in their homes, their property values, and their ability to enjoy their homes. Noise pollution also can have negative effects on child development and behavior. As previously mentioned, the students in this area are often already disadvantaged. U Pullet's interests should not be prioritized over our residents. Councilman Hugg took the time last night to speak with me and advised me that there's a shredder in Council Bluffs that I could check out to see, get an idea of the noise and its impact. So I did take the time to go over there today. And while the noise is not absurdly loud, it is abrasive. It's clanging and smashing like a continuous car wreck. And there's a strong odor, which, despite whatever abatement they may have in place, is still a concern for quality of life in our neighborhoods. From a city planning perspective, I think the placement of the shredder is neither safe nor beneficial. I'm in favor of recycling when it's done safely and with respect to the community. This simply isn't the right place for the shredder, and granting permits for it when proper precaution hasn't been taken by its applicants can set a dangerous precedent for lenience towards indifference towards public welfare in industries with high potential for harm like this one. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, new councilmen and council ladies, Donnie R. Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, and North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation. I would like to see U Pullet withdraw their application because they're a good company. You just imagine all the people who in this city don't have money. They go out to U Pullet, pay $5, and get the parts for their car to fix. So it's a good company. And you also take in consideration that fossil fuel is going away. They're going to have to do something with all these extra cars. Maybe there's another site, because these folks are right as well. They have to protect their health. But I've been to U Pullet. You pay $5, you go in and get the part for your car. Trying to raise 8 kids. You need to save money somewhere. So they've done a good job. I can't take that from them. But in the meantime, we know with next 10, 15 years, fossil fuel is gone. And at the same time, we've been trying to send all these extra cars to the West Africa because they need cars as well. They'll be using fossil fuels for a long time. But I think it's a good company, so maybe they withdraw their application till they work all these problems out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents here? Any other opponents? It looks like we got some lights on. Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Fett.
President, I want to thank everyone for their testimony here today. Appreciate you all being here and expressing your opinions. And I consider myself, and I'm proud to consider myself, a lead advocate on environmental issues on the council, and with environmental justice and our climate action plan that we have now adopted. And I look forward to working with Mayor Ewing on the implementation of that. And so when these issues come to my attention, it does get my attention, and especially when we have young people here who get this issue. And I really appreciate them being here and adding their perspective too. And so this morning I met with the planning department on those particular issues, and we talked about the Nebraska Department of Energy and Environment and the permits that would be associated with the stormwater and wastewater concerns we've heard about today in the Papio Creek. We talked about the air quality permits that would be involved with this proposition here today and how that would be monitored by the city, and also the noise ordinance they'd be subject to, which is also in the city law. But I will also say some of those are more easy to enforce than others in my experience. But I do think it's the planning department's opinion in recommending approval of this today that these things would get the company into compliance when they were not in compliance up until now. So that's where I want to start, because that does concern me. It's evident the company was not in compliance and has not been in compliance up until now. That's why we are now seeking a major amendment to this special use permit. I believe the proponent or the applicant acknowledged that and acknowledged some missteps maybe along the way in working with the city. But Mr. Fanslaw, I want to engage you a little bit in that conversation about how we got to this point. I believe it's been 6 months, maybe longer, maybe a year to get to this point of trying to get them into compliance. And I don't think that went smoothly, which is what concerns me, or one of the things that concerns me here today. So could you please give us a little background from your perspective?
Yeah, Dave Fanslet, excuse me, Dave Fanslet, City Planning. We became aware sometime last summer that UPollet had installed some concrete without the benefit of a permit. When we tried to find out information on that, it was told us that they were going to, their plan was to install this auto shredder. So yeah, we found out that they had done some construction without permits. They were given 3 notices to stop that work and to come in and seek a major amendment. And after the 3rd notice, they engaged us on what it would take to seek a major amendment to their existing special use permit. I believe they applied in August to go to the planning board. It went in front of the planning board in November of last year, 2024, was laid over, and then eventually this year, just a few months ago, was approved by the planning board.
And so that period of time, trying to contact them and trying to get them to be responsive has been about a year.
Yeah, a little less than a year. That's correct.
To me, that's quite concerning in the context of a very sensitive operation we're talking about here, and that it is highly regulated and should be highly regulated. One follow-up question I would have maybe for council. Along those lines, we've talked about what would be required should this special amendment, major amendment to the special use permit be adopted today, and what that means for your regulatory responsibilities. But there is also another city ordinance I want to make sure you're in compliance with too. Do you know, and are you familiar with the Leads Online ordinance that's a requirement upon and salvage companies? They must register with the city and be involved with Leads Online when they're accepting things like precious metals and catalytic converters and things of that nature. Do you know if you're in compliance with that one?
I'm not aware of that. I was brought in, it was about July of last year to help with this application specifically, so I don't have the breadth of history to maybe be able to speak to that. I will say that one of the things that held us up in this application for that year was the application for the air permit. We were not able to get in front of the planning department or the planning board until our permit was approved, and that was approved April 29th. We were working pretty closely with Mr. Burns here with that air permit, but until that got approved and we were able to go through all of the numbers for that, that's one of the reasons that we were held up during that time. And there was a stop work order issued that UPullet complied with. We were granted a minor amendment to the special use permit to allow for the construction of the fence, the curb and gutter, the stormwater things, the things that were going to be done anyways or need to be done anyways to be a good neighbor to mitigate the runoff and things of that nature. So other than that, I believe have been responsive during this application process. I thought we worked pretty well with the city after we were able to get on the same page. I know we worked, I think, pretty well with Mr. Burns to get the air permitting part done. That permit has been approved. Once it was approved, we were in front of the planning department. We were they approved it 7-0 at that point.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask owner if he's familiar with the ordinance too?
Yes, sir. We are familiar with that obligation. UPullet does not buy precious metals, and the catalytic converters that are sourced from UPullet are either attached to the vehicle or with the vehicle from the owner. So if somebody comes in off the street, we do purchase scrap metal, but that's at a significantly lower denomination. Catalytic converters, it's just not a business that we get in purchasing them from the public because it's a shady business, to be honest.
Okay, so you're not involved in copper, precious metals, or catalytic converters?
At this point in time, the only grades that we have that we purchase are complete automobiles, and then would be less than complete automobiles, which is, just considered a scrap metal per ton.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure you are aware of that should you get into that business as a result of what could happen here today, because that's been an important ordinance for our police department and preventing theft and returning stolen property to rightful owners. So it's very important we have the participation of pawn and salvage companies in that effort. One last question. I see there's some additional lights on. I'm still quite concerned about the history here and why it took a year to get into compliance, on top of the environmental issues we're hearing about today that I care a lot about. Mr. Fanslau, one more question for you from me at the moment. Should this major amendment be denied today, that means they could not proceed with the shredder operation, but they could still operate as they currently have operated for, I think the applicant said 50 years, right?
Yeah, Dave Fanslau, City Plan. Yeah, in my opinion, they're here because of the auto shredder. And if this is denied today, they still have a applicable use permit that's been in place for a number of years, and they can continue to operate as they have, except for the car shredder.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's where my mind is right now, and I think that's my position today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodwin, you're recognized.
I just want to thank everyone who came out from the neighborhoods and expressed their concern. I'm sitting here because I was on the other side of the fence just several months ago, if not weeks ago, and I understand there can be times when you have a position that feels as if it's not being heard. I think accountability is a word that surfaced several times, and there are citizens here who spent their time because they want to hold not only this body accountable, but their neighbors, and in this case it being UPullet, to operate with integrity, but also operate with their neighbors and the environment in mind, not just for present day, but also for future generations. I relate not only because I'm from South Omaha, but I actually currently live in the Superfund site. And I have some plants on my porch that I'd like to just throw in a garden bed right in front of my house, but I consider the fact that I can't remember quite if the soil's been tested. And so I understand what it means to consider pollution every day when you live in a neighborhood like mine. And so I also think that rules and permits matter. And when you see an entity that subverts those rules and permits, it calls into question if in fact they'll move forward and subvert them again. And so that is my question that I have. And I'm not really asking for an answer. I think it has proven that among other things, the reasons why so many, I think I've counted over 20 people who've come up and spoken in opposition. And so I just wanted to let you know that your voices have been heard, at least by this council person, and I appreciate your engagement in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
I kind of agree with Mr. Festerson in that all of us appreciate recycling. It's something that's been important in the city of Omaha. We have a program. We have nice bins that we throw our recyclables in, and it's much improved today from what it was 20 years ago or 50 years ago. But it's a messy business. I can tell you that First Star Fiber is in District 5. It is in my district. It's at 103rd and I Street, and it's not always pretty. There's a lot of times there's litter that blows out of those trucks that gets into the neighborhoods, and we have to deal with that. And we do deal with it. And we have an operator out there that tries hard to be a good operator. I think my issue today is the trust level that I have with this operator that's working at U-Pullet. I appreciate the work that they're trying to get done. When I was a kid and Donnie Johnson was a kid, you would drive out into the country and you'd see field after field after field full of old cars just stacked up out in the field. And that's not the way we wanted to live. That's not the way I wanted to drive through the county or take a vacation to the Sand Hills. And so we've developed technology to be able to progress to where they're just smashing the cars and trucks and they're bailing them up and they're taking up landfill space. That didn't really work. And so now I appreciate the work that the technology here to shred the cars. But, for me, it's about accountability. It's about the trust level of the operator, and are they going to do the right thing when things do go south. And so that's going to come in my consideration as I make the vote today. I appreciate the recycling, but I also appreciate that the neighbors need to feel safe and need to feel like they're living in a healthy environment. So that's my comments today. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I think my number one concern, I think that I had it when I first heard about this almost a year ago, was the fact that it was 3 different times. The city had notified them 3 different times. They had ordered them to stop. And so when you're dealing with a company that potentially could, and I'm not saying they are, they've got an air permit. It looks like there's going to be follow-up, I assume, a lot of follow-up by our city planning and inspectors, because I have great faith in them. But I've had it in my own area where they're violating noise rules, and it took, with Hy-Vee, I think it took me almost a year. I think Mr. Festerson remembers me talking about it for, I think, the entire year, right? Because when people aren't complying, it takes a long time to actually get it done. Here's my problem with this. If they're not complying, it's more than just noise. Somebody said noise does have noise pollution is difficult, but this also is air and water. So I didn't really know about the fluff until Mr. White talked about it initially. And I guess that's what I'm really, really concerned about. It's maybe those unknowns, seeing the fires that have been there. To me, I'm not confident in the current owners based on their history. And because this is something that could so negatively impact the people that live around it, that's where I'm was really struggling about. I understand they have a business. I think it's great business. I believe in the recycling. I think everything Donnie said was absolutely true, Donnie Johnson. I appreciated your comments. But I just don't think I'm comfortable supporting this today. But I do want to say one thing. Like what Mr. Lindsay said, we all hate raising money. When we raise money for our campaigns, it doesn't go to us. It goes to pay for mailers. I think that Mr. Hug is getting a lot of criticism today that I don't think he should get. And I think everybody up here agrees with that. And so I highly disagree with that. And I think that those were unfair statements to be made about Mr. Hug. But Mr. Hug, I do think that I'm probably not going to support this today, but it's for those reasons, for the business owners. But I respect you as a council member a lot, and I think that those were unfair accusations.
Thank you.
I have nothing further, Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Hug, you're recognized now.
Well, I've been sitting up here playing tag with the button here because I wanted to be the last person to speak on this, and I got beat. Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Goes back in.
Yeah, so I got a lot to say. Mr. Manhart, would you come back up here, please? Yeah, I'm senior, I guess. I apologize. Okay, so since I have the floor, I have a little more ability to get you and answer your question. And yeah, the past few days, actually the past week, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different people about, do I have a conflict of interest or not? And after consulting with the president of the council and legal counsel, I do not have the ability to abstain. It's legal counsel's opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, that I do not have a conflict of interest. But I do want to point out, like my friend of 40 years, John Lindsay, mentioned, not only did he make a campaign, his former partner made a campaign donation. They threw a fundraiser in their office for me. The amount of money that they raised and they donated was far greater than what you pull it donated to me. And so as much as I would love to just abstain, I don't have the ability to do that. So that answers your question. Well, it maybe not answer your question, but that's what I have for you on that issue. So I appreciate your concern. If you have something to say, make it real quick, because I got a lot to say here.
I hope that this instance and the other item before, and you taking campaign contributions, will help you in future endeavors and deciding which companies you are going to take campaign contributions from.
Well, and trust me, I do that. I have always done that. But remember, I'm only 1 of 7 votes up here. If somebody could hypothetically buy my vote, they're only getting 1 vote. They still got to come up with another 3 at least. Actually, they need 4 to be veto-proof. But anyway, so unless you see somebody giving all 7 of us money, it's not going to move the meter one way or another.
I think myself and the other constituents of your district expect integrity. I also know of another project that's being worked on where you're getting campaign contributions from that company as well. So I hope that we can get that resolved.
They may not have given me a check yet. But anyway, thank you.
We will.
Thank you for your time. I do need to move on here. Okay. As I have worked through the process of this, one of the things I have done was I went to the biannual South Omaha Environmental Task Force meeting, and I talked with them about expanding the scope of their mission. Their mission is all of South Omaha, which at that time we agreed went to 72nd Street. So I asked them to include the businesses on 60th Street from Harrison Street to Q Street. And they told me that they would invite those businesses to become part of the Environmental Task Force. Okay, we can move on from that. At the town hall meeting I had last Wednesday, we put out well over 500 flyers door to door. Yeah, I think it's probably closer to between 550 and 600 flyers door to door. We had 40 people show up. We had, 10 people from the city there to address and answer questions. One of the things I mentioned at that town hall meeting was that I'm working with the University of Nebraska Medical Center Environmental Health Department in coming up with a plan to put air sensors, and I was corrected, they're not air monitors, they're air sensors, to come up with a plan to place air sensors across my district. Now, I love all my city councilmen and city council members, I apologize. But when it comes to placing air sensors, I'm only concerned about my district. So with us today is Jesse Bell from the Med Center. Jesse, I hope you're still here. Jesse and I have talked and emailed, and we've never met. So, Jesse, nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you as well.
So, it's your ball game right now.
Sure. So yeah, we definitely did.
Jesse, can I get your name and address for the record? Thank you.
I apologize.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Jesse Bell, 1724 South 32nd Avenue. So yes, I work at the Med Center. We've been working actually on air quality monitoring in Omaha and across Nebraska as well. We've done studies looking at higher rates of pediatric asthma, especially in certain parts of Omaha. We've also been working across the state of Nebraska to install air quality sensors to monitor changes in air quality across the state, because we do have a limited number of sensors across the state of Nebraska as well. And with that, when talking with Councilmember Ron Hugg, one of the things that he addressed was concern about his district. And we, with some of the work that we've been doing with putting some of these air sensors out, we are willing to help put in sensors within that district. Actually, we're even interested in expanding it across the Omaha for better monitoring as well. And working with the Douglas County Health Department, which we haven't talked to yet, but we have, I think they were the ones that actually pointed you in our direction, if I'm not mistaken, to help with location of those sensors to make sure that we have good air quality monitoring in this region as well. These sensors will measure particulate matter 2.5, so it's a smaller particulate matter. It's one that's of higher concern because it can get into the lungs a little bit more embedded and lead to potentially adverse human health outcomes. And then also on top of it, one of the other things that we want to try to do is use satellite data. So this is using observations from space to be able to better monitor air quality throughout the Omaha region as well, so that we can have a better estimates of air quality change over time. So that is our work, and hopefully we will be continuing to do this work as we move forward as well.
Okay, and you are currently working on a plan for placement of purple air sensors in City Council District 4.
Correct, yes. We are working on a plan. We've already kind of scouted out and developed a framework for putting in sensors throughout that district. Somewhere between 3 to 6. 4 was kind of one of the areas that we were talking about. And trying to strategically put those up in locations that have Wi-Fi and power, so that we can make sure that we're doing a good job of monitoring it and being able to provide that for the citizens as well. Ideally, these would be located in places that have one of areas of concern, but also two, on top of it, can help serve the needs of the community. And so one of the things that we've talked about was potentially placing them at places like school district or schools within that district as well, to help with their monitoring.
So just to clarify, we actually have two conversations going on.
Yeah.
You and I.
Yeah.
We have one with placement and proximities within the proximity of the 60th and Q Street area.
Yeah.
And then another plan to put sensors in the entire district.
Correct.
And in talking about the placement of air sensors in the 60th and Q Street area, we're talking 3 to 6.
Yeah, ideally probably at least 4 placed around the facility if we wanted to look at particulate matter and the potential transportation of particulate matter from that facility. so
But
that
in the
we'd be able to
greater
monitor it.
district, there would be more than 6.
Ideally, yes. Yeah. And especially being strategically placed to make sure that we capture areas that are of highest concern, and also to be able to help inform populations such as schools on the potential threats that they're facing within those areas.
And then you mentioned another benefit of placing these at schools.
Yeah, schools, there's multiple different benefits about placing these at schools. The first benefit is a lot of times these are susceptible populations. We have high rates of pediatric asthma in Omaha, especially in certain regions, South and North Omaha in particular. Also on top of it, so that can be a resource for those schools to help with educating and informing their populations and their school, the children that are in that school as well. And then also on top of it, it can be an educational tool because sometimes these can be turned into lessons so that the kids can actually do this in the classroom, understand how this instrument is working, and be able to understand and monitor air quality within their region, within their area.
Okay. Thank you for coming. It was a pleasure meeting you. I look forward to working with you and the Med Center as we implement the greater plan for the district and the local area around 60th and Q Street. So thank you for coming.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so magic money. Each city council member each year gets a $50,000 allocation. Now, my allocation that I allocated last year is still kind of floating around out there. In my first meeting with Mayor Ewing, I asked for some clarity on the status of that $50,000, and I told them that we need to make a decision on that. I told them if they cannot allocate it as requested, that I want to redirect those monies to the Purple Air Monitor program that I'm working with Mr. Bell on. We could do that more sooner. If that doesn't happen in September when we finalize our budget and every city council member allocates their $50,000, I will appropriate enough money to the placement of those air sensors in my city council district. So that's how that's going to work out. Okay, Jason, I need to put you on the spot.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting brain dead here. Okay, so February of 2024, I believe, I sent a letter to the 3 principals at UPullet.
That's correct.
As a result of that, that's when you and I first sat down and met, and we talked about the proposed plan.
Yes, sir. I have never discussed my meetings with anybody in particular regarding the situation, but yes, we were talking about the project, where it was at, what the scope of work was, well before the arrival of the machinery. That is correct.
And you're getting criticized for stop orders 1, 2, 3, and 4.
There's no excuse that can be given for disobeying those orders. Looking at the orders, I have them on me. You know, the second one was a week after the first. That probably sounds. The owner of our company was told about it. He made a decision, and he's from the old school. The second stop work notice, when it was delivered, it said compliance within 10 days. In 9 days, the city was back. All work stopped on the site. I intend and have striven to show that, you know, in business, you manage to the rule, not the exceptions. And the exception or the outlier being the incidents where we were not in compliance for something that was truly meaningful, other than, you know, like a fence being damaged or something that, you know, is a cosmetic type of thing that would be viewed otherwise. We really are not a company that operates in bad faith.
In your presentation, you did not mention fluff. Do you want to talk about fluff now? Are you prepared to talk about fluff? I mean, is there any unanswered questions?
So we do have plans to cover what is called ASR or fluff. Now, what that means, when you're running the material through a piece of equipment that reduces the size, you have two cuts at that point. And this would be the same at a material recovery facility like Waste Management operates, or our facility. There is a magnetic grade and there is a non-magnetic grade. The non-magnetic grade is everything else that's not containing iron. So whatever your feedstock is into the machine, or whatever product you were resizing, would be left. If it was a rubber, you would still have rubber. If it was a plastic, you would have plastic. Glass, you would have glass, or a combination of those things. Since we are an automotive recycler, what we are looking to do is maximize in the recovery of aluminum. That is the primary metal that is recovered in an automobile, that is of the most value and volume. You also have catalytic converters, which we've alluded to earlier. We don't buy those from the public, and we don't process those on site. So the fluff itself is not, it depends on what you put into it, and it is not a magical thing that it suddenly becomes toxic. There's no chemical process that occurs in the mill, only a reduction of size. So if it's a block of cheese and you're going to shred cheese, it's similar to what that machine does, except it does it with a hammer. So you end up with shredded cheese and a block of cheese. If you were to stop the machine in mid-process, that's what you would have, is a little pile of shredded and then the rest of the automobile. So that material is actually tested. It has to be disposed of. What you're looking to do is minimize the material that ends up in a landfill. For all of us, that's the best thing. You know, there are companies that buy this stuff and they power plants with it. There's people who buy this stuff and they use it to make material in playgrounds and tracks. They're constantly coming up with new things to do to minimize what's ending up in a landfill. And Recycling Today is just an absolutely phenomenal publication that, if anybody was interested and you pick it up, the scope of things that are in there that are available to us and rapidly evolving and changing, it's truly amazing.
Okay, looks like your guy.
Yeah, so the fluff or the ASR would be covered with walls and a roof. There's no runoff that's going to be generated from it. And the optimal operation of this system, whether it's SA Steel or U-Pull Incorporated, is to get your product off the site every day. And the reason that you do look to do that, once again, processes are evolving, and the best available controls and technologies dictate that a pile of something has potential. If it's not on site and it's in somebody else's hands, that's no potential on you. We truly look to minimize fires, bad things. The fluff will be taken by a company we already have. I wouldn't say a contract with them because, like I said, it has to be tested. I'm not sure what their testing intervals are to remove it, but it would be going to a landfill in the city of Omaha, transported by their vehicles.
Okay, after you've heard everybody's testimony, everybody's comments, everybody's statements here today, is there anything you want to rebut?
So I have empathy and concern for the environment, and I truly wish that there was something that would show transparency. My family works there, my children work there. I've been around this since I was 14 or 15 years old. The Hansen family, nobody wants somebody to be around something toxic. And unfortunately what's happened is, if you say something over and over, like it's got to be true, right? Well, it's simply not, because the individuals that we have who've looked at this, whether it's the air, they're beyond reproach. They work for the federal government and they work for us. It would be like going to the doctor and saying the test that you just had, that he told you had cancer, is not a valid test because you paid for it. Their integrity is beyond reproach. What they're here to do is to help make sure that the process you're going to engage in is in compliance. Tim Burns, he takes the data, he works with his engineers. His integrity is beyond reproach. And I think that that's one of the things that really hasn't been illustrated. The individuals who've worked on the environmental specificities are beyond reproach.
I'd like to address the non-compliance a little bit, because I know that that's a big concern for the city council. I came in July of last year. It was after the stop work orders, and I was asked to help. And one of the things that I noticed was the communication amongst the professionals was not good enough. I think permits it's a big word. It carries a lot of weight. It's a small word that carries a lot of weight. And so when the stop work orders are coming and you're forwarding it to your professionals, there was just a loss of communication amongst the principals with UPullet and the professionals that are in there. I think after we were able to get everybody on the same page, we were able to remain compliant with the city. We got everything up to date as far as the code. We checked every box that the planning department set out for us. One of the big time constraints that we had was we didn't apply for the air permit until November. It wasn't approved until April, but there wasn't a lot going on there. It's not that there was a persistent non-compliance there. Everything on that concrete pad had shut down, because that's what we were asked to do. We were asked to shut everything down, and nothing happened. They unplugged it. It wasn't able to work at all during that time. And what I have noticed from my perspective is that after the communication improved, it's been a lot easier to comply with stuff and get this application finally finished, all of the boxes checked. And I've been told, and I know Jason has said, that it's helped a lot having an attorney involved in the process. And so as you're considering whether or not they will be able to be compliant in the future, I'd ask you to look at the air permit and the continuous reporting and record keeping that's required there, because any deficiency in that, the air permit gets pulled in the whole operation. That same effect that you asked for Mr. Fanslau is, if this air permit goes away, are they pulled? Yeah, at that point it is pulled. We know exactly what's at stake with the air permit, and if there is non-compliance with that very regular reporting and record keeping, this opportunity, we know that this isn't, it's a right, it's a privilege. It's a privilege to be able to work in South Omaha and recycle. This is recycling in South Omaha. It can be taken away.
Just one thing. Since we started what I would call a period of normal correspondence and normal operations with the city of Omaha, we've had no fewer than 6 inspections on sites, and that's not just at the 60th Street facility. That's at our 1405 Grace facility as well. They were random inspections to see if we were in compliance with our stormwater, make sure that there was no construction occurring, and that we're on the level with the city of Omaha and the state of Nebraska. And all of those have been met with, we are engaging in the correct process. We were not delinquent in any facet.
I just had another thought, and there are things that you are excluded from running through your shredder, and I believe you said you cannot run tires through your shredder.
That is correct, and I'm not sure exactly what the VOCs are and the HAPs from recycling tires. I know that it is done, but that's not a business that we engage in. And there's no deflection from UPullet saying, look at these other people. As a matter of fact, I refuse to talk about who these other people are. I'm simply saying that the concerns that are being brought up are not us as an operator. These are other operators, if those individuals seek to look and see if they have their credentials or what they're doing meets the guidance of air professionals, of water professionals, that's up to them. But I'm not going to send somebody looking for another business. That's simply not something we do. So it is not deflection, just simply saying that that's not us as an operator.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe Jason and Mr. Peterson, I'm not sure. You can. I know we've talked we've talked about this, but I want to make sure that we have it on the record correctly. First of all, the pictures that you handed out earlier today in the packet, those are from what location?
This location.
This location?
Yes.
Okay. And so the notice of violation, I think the first one, and Mr. Fansel, please feel free to jump in if I have the order incorrect or the dates incorrect, but I think the first notice of violation was on 5/22/24.
Correct. I believe that's correct.
And what was that notice of violation?
That was a stop work order given for the, it says concrete being there, and then there was a couple other notes on it, and it was to do with equipment being installed on the site.
And that equipment was?
That equipment at that point in time would have been conveyors and parts of machinery.
Related to the shredder?
Yes, sir. Everything down there on that pad is related to either the primary process or the secondary process.
Okay. And then there was no response to that notice of violation?
So we were in correspondence continually, as discussed earlier, since the beginning or the end of the prior year about this with our engineering company.
Let me ask the question again. The 5/22/24, was there a response from the company to that stop work order?
I talked to Marty, the person who issued the stop work order, but that would have been the only correspondence.
Okay, then, so again, you were contacted, I believe, on 6/17 about the same issue?
Yes, sir. That was delivered to a different address on the same facility. That was delivered to 5600 South 60th Street, and I was made immediately aware of it. And that was the phone call again to our owners and our engineers saying, we have 10 days to get this rectified. That's what it specified on the second stop work order. And within that period of time, everything stopped.
What work occurred between 5/22 and 6/17/24?
There were some engineers who were here from the manufacturing company who were going to a different job site, which is overseas, and they wanted to finish what would have been called their installation or in-service of that piece of material before they left. And we have to pay them to do it again is really the bottom line. Okay. It was simply...
So work continued?
It would have been technical work by that staff, yes, sir.
Work continued?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on 6/26, I believe is when all work stopped, is that correct?
That's correct.
6/26 to 24?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has there been any other work on the site that's been done without a permit?
Nothing has been done without the knowledge of the planning department and or the city. Since then, we've...
I want to please, the question is very specific.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any other work done on the site without a permit?
Without a permit? No, sir.
Are you sure of that?
Everything that the stop work order applied to has been permitted up till this point.
Okay. So understand that's related to this issue.
Okay.
Has there been any other work on the site that was done without a permit?
To my knowledge, there is nothing that needed a permit pulled that was done.
What time frame are you talking about? Are you talking historic?
I asked at any time, but I'll try to give you a hint. How about something maybe in the mid-teens?
Yeah, 2017, I believe there was some fill brought in the south, somewhere close to this. I wasn't involved. I can't really speak to that.
So
but yeah, there has been work there.
2017, yes, sir.
Can you explain what that was?
Absolutely. Forgive me, I didn't understand the line of questioning. U-Pullet started to fill its exterior boundary with Horseman's Park and effectively raise that portion of the property out of the, I believe it would be called flood plain in sections. It was to level the existing portion, the plateau of Upullet with that side. It became somewhat an unsightly, I'm going to say it was a mess. How about that? Director Fanslaw was out there. I know wasn't the director at that time. We were told to fix it. We did fix it. There was a portion on the west side of the facility that there was material that was in the floodway, which is not acceptable for the city to keep its FEMA funding. That material was removed immediately. And I think within, it was, the scope of that project was fairly immense. I think you're talking about 1,200 linear feet on the north side of the facility, but within a couple months it was completed. We worked basically day and night to get that done.
Okay, so the fill was completely then removed?
Yes, sir. And it was all reseeded and the trees were planted. Everything that was supposed to be done at that point in time was completed within approximately 60 days.
Okay. And part of the reason for that too is not only to illustrate that there was some other work that had been done on site without a permit. The implication or the result of that is that definitely benefited your site for whatever purposes you had, but hold on, it does create a downstream issue as it relates to flooding. And that's why we have FEMA look at some of these things, and that's why we don't allow those activities to happen without going through a process to know whether or not it's appropriate or legal to do so. So I bring that up because I'm very, very concerned about the past performance of the operations. And I listened to you, Jason, and you know your industry, you know the protocols, you're very educated on those issues. And if this were a brand new application with a clean slate, I'd be voting yes in a minute. But I'm really having trouble getting over the past performance. I mean, I want to pick up a little bit on what Mr. Rowe said. I mean, you drive past, I've done the same roads probably, Don, and all of us have, where you used to see cars sitting in the fields. And those cars still had oil and gas and transmission fluid and radiator fluid in there just leaking into the ground. And then we come and we crush them and we get rid of them, and now we have new technologies. And it would be a win-win for Omaha too, in the sense that we would be recycling and getting rid of these issues that are the issues being the cars that are no longer needed for that purpose. It would bring jobs to the neighborhood, which would be a great deal and great for the not only the community, but the greater community as well. But I'm just getting past and to have all the protocols and safeguards of the state and the Department of Environmental Issues and Department of I guess Department of Environmental, DED. But I'm just getting hung up on the past performance, and that's a comment, not a question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't look like we have any other lights on. I will close the public hearing at this time. Is there a motion? Motion to deny and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 33, a resolution to approve the 3501 Farnham Apartments Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project Plan located at 3501 Farnham Street in an amount up to $4,772,800.
I will open the public hearing now on item number 33.
Okay.
Mr. Seaton.
I have the overhead. Yeah, good afternoon, Don Seaton, City Planning. This project located at 3501 Farnham. It's in the Blackstone District. You may recognize it as the old...
Don, can you move your mic down a little bit? Thank you.
Taller than me.
Good job.
May recognize the old WOW-TV news station. This building will be raised, a new 5-story apartment building with 181 market rate units. will be constructed. Developer is Green Slate Development. Total investment in the neighborhood is $44 million. TIF support for the project is $4,772,800. It's also in the Urban Core Housing and Mobility District, so there will be a contribution of TIF revenues to the streetcar. Project meets the required criteria for the TIF program. It's an appropriate land use for the area. It's good support for the streetcar. Complies with the city's master plan. We ask for your approval.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today?
Clay Van Ryden, Green Slate Development, 3555 Farnham Street. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today? Seeing none, are there any opponents here today?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'm particularly interested in this. I'm against it. I used to live in that area. As I read the resolution for this, I just about threw up because it just rings void of any real common sense. When you read these, eliminate conditions of such and such, and oh, it won't get built without it, it almost makes anybody sick because it's not being honest. That area around here is not blighted. It's not sub-blighted. It's not an area in need of development. If you drive around that area, you'll see most of those big old homes are very nice. You've already done lots of apartment buildings. The university has a lot of homes in that area. Are you telling me that that area is severely blighted? Well, you better drive that area because it is not. And you don't need another one of these. That area from Saddle Creek to 35th, and that's all university stuff primarily if it's not Blackstone. The Blackstone district. It's already been developed, so how could it be blighted? How could it already be blighted? I lived at 38th and Dewey for quite a while. You took down a lot of real nice houses there that could have been refurbished and resold, but you wanted it for the university or some other development. This has got to stop because it's not being honest to the citizens. For example, would not be economically feasible and would not occur at the redevelopment site without the use of TIF. Excuse me, that area is, well, I suppose it's being vacated because Omaha Mutual of Omaha left it. Do you mean to tell me that that Blackstone area is not feasible anymore? You're putting a lot of money into it. It really does not meet the definition of blight and substandard. So the community development law and the city father's dream of the everlasting city, it's not really real. You're trying to pull the wool over people's eyes and give more benefits to people that are developers, but they're also real estate companies. They're also realtors. They're making a profit on it at my expense. And you're driving the price of housing for us citizens. We're a community, us citizens, us retired citizens, we're a community. You're driving the price of housing up to where we cannot afford it.
Larry, thank you. Your 3 minutes
For your
is up. Thank you. Thank you.
Cut the speakers off.
Are there any other opponents here today on item number 33? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion? Motion second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Consent agenda. Any member of the city council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the city council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by the city council rules of order.
The public hearings on agenda items 34 through 43 were held on June 3rd, 2025. Any discussion?
Motion to approve items 34 through 43.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug.
Yes.
Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
I'm up again. Okay. Item 56 is removed from the consent agenda. The public hearings on agenda items 44 through 55 and 57 through 60 are today. If you wish to address the city council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself with your name, address, and who you represent, and if you are a proponent or opponent. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any proponents here today?
Good evening. Jen Day. I am the Vice President of Development for Together at 812 South 24th Street, and I am a proponent of agenda item number 55, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other proponents here today?
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Knopf. I'm the CEO of Stevens Center, located at 2723 Q Street in Omaha, Nebraska, and I am a proponent for agenda item number 55 as well. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here?
My name is Justin Moore. I'm with Ames Industrial Park. We are developing 3828 Ames AIP Phase 3, and I'm a proponent, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. What? Can you, sorry, I didn't mean to get you to sit down. Sorry, can you give us a number again? I'm sorry.
Number for
agenda item?
55.
55. Okay, thank you.
Address is 4435 Florence Boulevard.
Thank you. Good. Sorry. Okay. Would you please come back up? Councilmember Goodwin had a question for you. Sorry, we're getting your steps in.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to say I've seen some of your projects around, actually in my neighborhood, and you do good work, but can you explain, just tell us a little more about the project that you're here today for?
We are developing 3828 Ames. It's about 3,600 square feet. Our goal is to create more of like a service station for our company vehicles and for vehicles for the public. And we'll also have affordable lease space for small businesses.
And is that area already zoned? Is it industrial already, or do you know the zoning offhand?
Commercial.
It is commercial? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you reached out to the businesses along that corridor to talk about your project?
Yes. I live in that area too, so born and raised, so I pretty much know everybody around there, and they know the plans for the project also.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Are there any other proponents for these items? I'll now go to opponents. Are there any opponents for these items? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson.
Yes.
Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 56, a resolution to approve the guiding principles for the City of Omaha's new comprehensive plan branded as We Make Omaha. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 56. Mr. England.
Yes, thank you, President, and other members of the council. Thank you for letting us give a brief presentation on this important step of the We Make Omaha Comprehensive Plan Update. I will keep my commentary brief, as we have City Planner Sydney Embray, who will go through a PowerPoint. We also have Derek Miller of the Long Range Division, myself, and of course Director Fanslaw can answer any questions. There is an amendment to the whole. I can briefly touch on that. There was just a few words in our guiding principle statements that we revised after receiving public feedback and open commentary period. Sorry, my voice is a little dry here. We had this on the planning board June 6th. We had advertised for it to be on June 17th, so there wasn't a lot of time, and our public comment period ended. So I can get into those if you do have specific questions, but otherwise I will pass it over to Sydney or Derek.
Thanks, Eric. Just pulling up the PowerPoint here. That's all.
Members of the City Council, thank you so much for your time this evening. I will keep this brief, but I would like to go over with you our guiding principles, what they represent, how they were created, and the robust amount of public engagement that was conducted as part of this process to include as many Omahans as possible. We Make Omaha, like Eric said, is our, oh gosh, this is not working. There we go. We Make Omaha is how our comprehensive plan update is styled. It is a vision for the city's next 20 years of growth and development. It outlines key areas like health, mobility, housing, economic development, and it is required by city charter and by state law for a city of our size to be able to regulate land use. And the way we regulate land use in Omaha right now is our zoning code. One of the ways that one of the impacts that this plan will have is that it will support a zoning code update in 2028. So that is one of the outcomes of this planning process. Overall, however, it provides a large, high-level guidance about our city's vision for our priorities, the way we grow, how we grow, as we face the next 20 years of development. It defines our community's shared vision for the future. It outlines steps to making that shared vision a reality. It provides guidance and continuity for other plans, and it supports that land use regulation. Right now, where we are in this process is that we have moved from our visioning and values process into our goal and strategy setting piece. So this is where we take the vision that the community has developed, which is what we are here to ask for you to adopt today, and we move into our goal and strategy setting. And I will talk a little bit about those opportunities for the public to give input in a little bit. The first phase of our community engagement we called listening and learning. We used it to help do a co-educational process with the community, where not only did we invite input into the process, but we opened up the terminology and the kind of wonkiness of planning to the public so that they were able to participate in a very constructive way. Like I said, phase 2 will be goal and strategy development. That's a creative, interactive way for the community to have their hands in goal setting for this process. And then in late this year, early next year, we will move into scenario planning. After that, we'll go into drafting and policy making, and then finally seek approval and finalization of the final comprehensive plan in 2027. After that, we'll go into ongoing implementation. Throughout this process for engagement, the department set very high goals for equity, representation, accessibility, and transparency in this process, trying to set a new high bar for engagement in long-range planning. Equity being that we will invite everyone to participate, and we will invest extra staff, time, and resources into reaching those who have experienced barriers to participating in this process in the past or continue to experience those today. Representation, that we will seek input from folks all over our community so that the input we receive represents the community demographically and geographically. Accessibility, that we will continually strive to remove barriers for accessibility, including physical access, language access, and following all best practices for design and engagement. And finally, transparency, routinely closing the loop with the community, reporting on our progress and knowing areas of upcoming focus. One of the reasons that we're doing this today is so that we can have a proof of work to the community that the vision that they provided to us is resulting in something concrete and meaningful that will result in a basis for ongoing planning. Our nonprofit partners for this work, some of whom are here today, are Omaha by Design, our main nonprofit partner, Spark, Spark Community Development Initiative, the Latino Economic Development Council, and Elevate Omaha, which is a nonprofit that stands up a youth cohort who will help us reach young people across Omaha. All three of these nonprofits, plus Omaha by Design, are helping us do a hub and spoke model of reaching more organizations and more people than we would be able to do alone as a department, noting that partnership is really central to this. How these guiding principles were developed were through 3 tactics: an opening survey, which received 3,086 respondents over a 6-month time frame, a 6-word story exercise at 9 community booths held across the community over the summer and fall of last year, almost 800 respondents through that, and then finally a visioning and values workshop format, which was held in 5 locations, one in a fully bilingual format in South Omaha that had more than 200 participants. I'll go into a little bit of what those exercises looked like. Altogether, we had over 4,000 people participate in this process, providing us somewhere around 50,000 total pieces of input that we were able to put into our data analysis model. Everything went through a thematic analysis, and that analysis allowed us to develop themes for how the principles would be created. Like I said, 50,000 total responses, 3,000 participants across the city and the metro. Our tool told us it would take about 7 minutes for folks to complete that survey. People took on average 20 minutes to write us responses. They wrote multi-paragraph responses to questions like, what are you concerned about in Omaha's future? What excites you about Omaha's future? When you tell people about Omaha, what do you tell them? It allowed us to get a lot of really good data to use in this process. Our traveling booth was at these events last year. You can see a little bit of what that format looked like. The question people were asked was to write a 6-word story for the future of Omaha. This process really brought children along. It brought their parents as well. We got input from across all ages, all languages, through that tactic. And finally, our visioning workshop, 5 locations: the Tri-Faith Center, Bancroft Street Market, the Hitch in Central Omaha, Culture House in North Omaha, and MCC South Campus in South Omaha. The MCC South Campus workshop was held in a bilingual format, so presentation held in both English and Spanish, and then bilingual table facilitators to invite anyone to participate. That format looked like a short presentation, some boards to learn about the planning process, to introduce concepts like density and placemaking, and then we moved into a vision board exercise where folks used pieces of magazines and art supplies to build what the beautiful, perfect day in Omaha 20 years from now looks like. They were then asked to write value statements that represented that design, and then they worked together at tables to create shared values. All of the data from that, including every piece of those vision boards, I personally sat in my living room and I typed out every single image on every single one of those vision boards. So we truly, as a 3-person team, treated every piece of input with the utmost care. All of that input has now resulted in these 9 statements. I'll read these so we don't have to wait for reading them together. They represent our overarching vision for this plan. There is no vision statement. These 9 statements work together. They provide us direction and clarity. They build early consensus, and they will act as an evaluation tool for ongoing planning and implementation of this plan. The first is safety and public health, and these are in no order of importance. They are all equally important. Omaha is a place where people feel safe, healthy, and happy. Belonging and ownership. Omaha is a place where community creates a sense of belonging, where residents have meaningful opportunities to engage. Unique and proud. Omaha is a place with a unique identity that attracts people from across the nation and makes people proud to call Omaha home. Connectivity and accessibility. Omaha is a place that connects people with places, opportunities, and experiences that matter to them. Affordability and choice. Omaha is a place where people can afford to live and choose the housing and lifestyle that best suit them. Beauty and vibrancy. Omaha is a place filled with beauty where historic architecture, vibrant green spaces, and cultural identity come together in both the built environment and natural landscapes. Growth and innovation. Omaha is a place with a strong economy where businesses and people can grow and reach their full potential. Sustainability and resiliency. Omaha is a place that values and respects the land and the wider ecological systems of which we are a part, where growth is adaptive, resilient, and sustainable. And finally, diversity and partnership. Omaha is a place where diversity, from people to businesses to housing types, makes us stronger, and where partnership and collaboration are essential to our success. What are we doing next with these guiding principles? The community has continued to engage in this process. Our next set of events are our district dialogues. The traveling booth will continue to pop up all over Omaha. We'll do a national speaker series sometime this year or next year. We would like to do an engagement station, which will be a physical place where people can engage with the plan and give feedback. We'll do some digital engagement. In fact, digital engagement will pop up this month and next month as part of our district dialogue series. And scenario workshops when we bring on our scenario planner in the fall of this year. We'll have some creative and interactive ways for the community to give their input into how Omaha grows. I would like to invite everyone here and everyone listening to participate in the district dialogue sessions. These are 7 dialogues, one in each city council district. The first one is tomorrow night in District 6, then District 7 happens next Wednesday, and then we continue on from there through the end of July. Language accessibility will be provided, ASL is provided, transportation assistance is provided. If you can't get there by car, biking, or walking, or any other means of motion, we will call you an Uber if you need one, so let us know. Free in-room childcare is provided, and there will be food provided at each one. All of these events are listed at wemakeomaha.org/events. You can continue to stay connected to this plan through these means on social media, signing up for our email, and visiting our website at wemakeomaha.org. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents?
Hi, my name is Ryan Zimmermas, and I'm here on behalf of Spark, 1111 North 13th Street. And Spark is a proponent of agenda item number 56, a resolution to adopt the guiding principles of We Make Omaha. Spark is a nonprofit community development intermediary serving disinvested communities primarily in East Omaha. Spark's mission is to help profoundly transform disinvested neighborhoods into thriving and prosperous communities. Spark champions holistic community development, supporting real estate development while considering all the foundational assets a neighborhood needs to thrive and prosper: social, political, economic, and physical. As a member of the We Make Omaha team, Spark has had a front row seat as community engagement for Omaha's next comprehensive plan has unfolded over the past year. Spark participated in the Visioning and Values workshops, which drew over 200 participants, and hosted the We Make Omaha booth at multiple events in North Omaha, which drew over 750 participants. Collectively, over 50,000 data points went into the development of the 9 guiding principles that the City Council is considering adopting. Spark supports the resolution to adopting these guiding principles because we're confident that the guiding principles represent the community's vision for our future. There's a reason we Omahans can all agree on these statements, regardless of which part of town we live in, where we work, how much money we make, how old we are, or what our political beliefs are. The reason is that, true to brand, we created these guiding principles. The We Make Omaha team has gone to great lengths to ensure that everybody had an opportunity to participate, whether they showed up for a workshop, stopped by a booth, or filled out a survey. But they didn't just stop at opportunity. Not only has the We Make Omaha team ensured that people from all walks of life have had ample opportunity, they tailored engagement strategies and systematically analyzed responses to make sure that the responses resulted in a variety of voices, from Elmwood Park to Elkhorn, from Florence to F Street, and everywhere in between. These guiding principles, once adopted by the City Council and Mayor, will ensure the next comprehensive plan results in a city 20 years from now that reflects all of us, all of our hopes, all of our dreams, and all of our values, and helps the Omaha of the future realize its full potential. This vision is something we are proud to support at Spark, but even more importantly, something we're proud to support as fellow Omahans who want to see our city thrive. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Any other proponents?
Good afternoon. I'm Cammie Watkins. I serve as the Executive Director for Inclusive Communities, 1941 South 42nd Street, 68105. We, as an organization that's been around in Omaha for 87 years, we're just excited about the community engagement that was done, and I wanted to speak out as a proponent of this because as natural conveners, we have not seen this level of commitment and intentional engagement in city plan processes in years. So I wanted to acknowledge and commend the team at We Make Omaha for the work that they've done in this area and really stand behind that and say how excited we are to see that continue and support in any way that we can. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other proponents here today?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I've appreciate the community engagement. I did go to some of their workshops, and all kinds of people show up, so that's a good sign. I want to test, though, the community engagement today. I'm going to give my contact to see if I can get this presentation to these folks, because it's good information. As an email.
You can email the clerk, Luis, and we can get that to you. Thank you. Any other proponents here today?
Good evening. My name is Tamika Meese. I am the Executive Director of North Omaha Community Partnership. My address is 2406 Fowler, Suite 312. I am a proponent of this, but I would also like to add that I would like to see more grassroots organizations and those organizations in the community that specifically work with residents of inter-communities and also families. I think we would get more of a diverse inclusion if we do that, to utilize those that are already in the community doing the work to bring those folks in that typically fall through the cracks. And I'm speaking of organizations such as North Omaha Community Partnership and One Omaha. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents here today? Are there any, oh, sorry.
Kimara Snipes, I'm Executive Director of One Omaha, 3902 Davenport Street. I did not have anything prepared today. I'm very familiar with We Make Omaha, very familiar with the comprehensive plan, but haven't really been involved in any of the, support for that. Definitely in support of it and willing to offer up any of the engagement expertise that we do have within One Omaha to be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents here to speak? Are there any opponents here to speak on item 56? Public hearing is closed. We need a motion to approve. Thanks, Amy. Sorry, Mr. Light. Ms. Goodwin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to first thank the Planning Department for their presentation to me today. I think this is good work, and we talked about Sydney, Eric, and Derek. We did talk about deepening the engagement. So I do concur with you, Ms. Meese, that there can be macro engagement, and yet there's always a deeper level. Sydney and I shared our backgrounds in marketing, knowing that, you can never do too much engagement. And so I've committed to partnering, at least on a level of sharing the engagement activities on my Facebook page and forwarding them to some key stakeholders that I know have a further reach. And if you know someone who should be a part of this conversation, I encourage you to invite them to the District 2 engagement session. I believe it's Saturday, June 28th at 2 p.m. at Metro, because we want to work with you to ensure that as many voices as there can be are heard in this vital upgrade to what many of us call the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Meld, can you make that motion again? Sorry. Thank you. For the amendment of the whole? Thank you. Motion is second. Roll call.
Festerson. Yes. Goodwin. Yes. Harding. Yes. Hug. Yes. Melton. Yes. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 61, a resolution to approve the nomination of Harrison Place as a commemorative street name on Miami Street from 20th Circle to 28th Avenue.
I'll open up the public hearing on item number 61. Proponents, Derek. Oh, you leaving? Okay. Any proponents on item number 61? Are there any opponents on item 61? Public hearing is closed. motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson. Yes. Goodwin. Harding. Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 62, a resolution to approve and adopt the 5-year Poverty Elimination Action Plan.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 62. Kaylin, thank you for your patience today. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I'm here, Caitlin Daly DeHelios, the Director of the Human Rights and Relations Department for the City, 1819 Farnham. I'm here in support of the City of Omaha Poverty Elimination Action Plan, which is required by Legislative Bill 840. The legislature passed this bill requiring Omaha to create a poverty elimination action plan focused on high poverty areas of Omaha. Geographically speaking, the eastern border of the region is the river, the western border of the region is 42nd Street, the southern border of the region is Harrison, the northern border of the region is 680. North of Ames Avenue, the region bumps out to 72nd, excepting one area within that. The geographic focus is based on 3 different definitions that involving poverty levels in census tracts. At a high level, the bill requires a report on efforts to eliminate poverty in Omaha, a needs assessment, community engagement, a focus on certain key areas, including education and job training, affordable housing, healthcare, economic development, and transportation and infrastructure, and a sustainability plan. There was no funding attached to the bill. The plan is due to the legislature on July 1st, 2025, and it's a 5-year plan. We'll have a report due to the legislature in 2 years, and then every 5 years, a new plan will be due. Over the last year, the City of Omaha worked with the Nebraska Center for Justice Research, Dr. Ryan Spahn, and Caitlin Town. And Dr. Caitlin Town is present virtually in case there are any questions for UNO today. And UNO School of Social Work, Dr. Laurel Sarascani. They completed research, community engagement, formulated recommendations, and compiled the document that's before you today, the 172-page document that's before you today. Based on the research that UNO shared, I'm going to share just a few high-level highlights about the state of poverty in Omaha. Looking at the supplemental poverty measure, which is one way to measure poverty, which accounts for income, taxes, and expenses and adjusts based on geographic location, poverty in Omaha is at the highest rate that it has been in 10 years. It's still tracking below the national average. The research team relies on the supplemental poverty measure as opposed to the official poverty measure because it brings in more dynamic information about the real expenses that people need to pay, as well as the geographic location. Race matters when we're looking at poverty. The 2023 census data, reflected in a chart on page 11 or 12 of the report, shows that 32.6% of African American residents experience poverty. Just above 16% of people of 2 or more races and Hispanic or Latino residents experience poverty, compared to 9.3% of white non-Hispanic residents. And then just when we're looking at impacts of programming on poverty, the UNO team highlighted the impact of the 2021 child tax credit expansion, which led to the lowest poverty rate in recent history. There are a lot of strong efforts going on throughout the city to address poverty, and within the city, government employees as well, to address poverty. Those are outlined throughout the report, and UNO's recommendations really look at strengthening those and then also thinking outside the box with tried and true solutions from other jurisdictions. Behind the 172-page Poverty Elimination Action Plan is a 4-page addendum that the City of Omaha composed. And that addendum reflects the city's plans over the next 2 years, which include creation of a Mayor's Advisory Board for the Poverty Elimination Action Plan and focus on the highest needs highlighted through the community engagement and outreach, which were economic development, including education and job training, affordable housing, transportation, and other. Once approved by City Council and Mayor Ewing, we will file this document with the legislature, we'll post it to the Human Rights and Relations website, and share information with the community about how to apply for the Mayor's Advisory Board for the Poverty Elimination Action Plan. I'm here for any questions. And I also just wanted to highlight that Teresa Hunter, CEO of Family Housing Advisory Services, was here in support of the plan but had to leave. The Family Housing Advisory Services has been around since 1968 and working on alleviating poverty since that time. And she just wanted to thank you in advance for considering this tool and for approving this tool to work towards eliminating poverty in Omaha. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today?
Good evening. Erin Porterfield, Executive Director, Heartland Workforce Solutions on 5752 Ames. I'm here in support of this report, but so much more so in the action plan. Our meeting was with Mayor Ewing just moments ago in extending our commitment to activate and innovate in fresh ways, acknowledging the uncertainty of this time that we're in at the federal level and how those dollars will come down to the state and then also to the local level. Given the uncertainty, there's a lot of opportunity. And those are the things that we want to activate, given fresh relationships, new commitments, and definitely measurements so that we can move the bar for people who've been overlooked, underserved, underinvested in. So we're here, committed, and we'll be a part of the process. Thank you for your leadership. Good evening.
Thank you. Any other proponents here tonight?
Get my steps in. Good afternoon again. Kimara Snipes, 3902 Davenport Street. I serve as the Executive Director of One Omaha, the leader in neighborhood engagement in this city. We work to empower residents where they live by investing in neighborhood leadership, building grassroots power, and creating pathways for community-led solutions. I want to express our strong support for the city's poverty elimination plan. This resolution acknowledges what many of us already know. Poverty is not just about income. It's about systems, policy decisions, and whether or not people have the power to shape what happens in their own neighborhoods. This plan lays out a promising vision. I will say, like many policies, its impact will depend on what happens next. That's where we believe One Omaha can play a key role. First, the plan calls for cross-sector collaboration, but we must make sure that collaboration includes grassroots voices, not just institutional stakeholders. One Omaha has deep relationships in neighborhoods across the city and a proven track record of facilitating authentic engagement. We're ready to help the city design and lead community listening sessions, especially in the neighborhoods most affected by poverty, to inform the implementation of this plan. Second, the plan outlines annual progress updates, but those updates must be more than just a checklist. One Omaha can support by helping the city translate its benchmarks into clear, accessible, and resident-facing formats so the public knows what's working and where we still need to push for change. In short, we support this resolution and urge the council and the mayor's office to ensure this plan is not symbolic but grounded in the lived experiences, leadership, and accountability of the people it's meant to serve. We are ready to be a partner in making that real. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, good evening again. My name is Tamika Meese. I am the Executive Director of North Omaha Community Partnership, located at 2406 Fowler Suite 312. I have prepared a statement. I'm here today to express our strong support for LB 840, the Poverty Elimination Action Plan Act, which is a bill that directly reflects and reinforces the work that we've committed ourselves to every day at NOCP. At NOCP, our mission is to dismantle barriers caused by poverty, violence, and systemic inequities by providing families with the support, resources, and opportunities they need to thrive. We primarily serve Black and Brown communities within North and South Omaha who have been historically impacted by disinvestment, economic exclusion, and a lack of equitable access to resources. Through programs like our Blueprint Juvenile program, we deliver wraparound services, connecting youth and families to financial coaching, rental assistance, workforce development, behavioral health services, and community mentorship. We don't just meet people where they are, we walk with them towards stability and long-term success. We know that poverty is not just a lack of income, it is the result of layered systemic obstacles that require coordinated, community-rooted solutions. This is why LB 40 is so important. By requiring cities like Omaha to develop a 5-year poverty elimination action plan, one that centers workforce development, education, and affordable housing, this bill acknowledges that poverty is not incidental. It is the product of policy, and it must be addressed through intentional, sustained, and measurable strategies. But to be successful, this plan must not be developed in isolation. I urge the council and the mayor to ensure that Omaha's plan includes direct voices of community members, especially those with lived experiences and partnerships with organizations like NOCP that are already doing the work. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to resource and scale what's working. LB 840 offers Omaha an opportunity to move beyond temporary fixes and towards systemic change. Let's commit to a plan that is rooted in equity, driven by data, and accountable to the people most impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here today?
Hello, Rodney Johnson, 6716 North Ridge Drive, Omaha, Nebraska. How you doing, Matt? I'm a proponent. I'm very excited about this plan. I'm happy that the director decided to stay around and answer some questions. I had one specific question. I'd seen that the SEB program was referenced about 9 or 10 times in this plan, and I've struggled over the last few years, mainly January of 2024, when I asked the question of what does priority means. So I'd like to pose that question again, seeing that item number 75 resulted how it did.
Excuse me, we got to stick to item number 62 right now.
That's what we're talking about. The denial of the answer in January of 2024 resulted in item number 75.
We're on item 62 right now.
So I'm back asking the question again.
You can come up on 75 when it comes
I don't
up.
have any interest in 75. What does priority mean?
We're sticking to item, I want to be respectful here.
So we're talking about the SEB, the SEB program is mentioned.
Poverty Elimination Action Plan.
Yes, the SEB program is mentioned more than 9 times as a tool in the poverty prevention plan. I don't know if you briefed it yet or if you had a chance to read it. And there has to be an understanding from this body of what they're going to do and what that means in the plan. So if you're just going to window dress it and say that we're talking about economic inclusion, we're talking about building small business, we're talking about workforce development, we need to understand what the SEB program's role is going to be in that poverty prevention plan. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Any other proponents here today? Any proponents? Okay, we'll go now to opponents of item number 62. Any opponents? Opponents? Opponents. O-P-P-O-N. Item number 62, Pierce.
Yes. My name is Pierce Carpenter. I live at 4832 Farnham. I had a couple objections. I don't like the idea that taxes are being used to fund this. That's item 1. Item 2, it seems somewhat harsh on regulations, and I feel like on landlords, and I do not want to see this turn into a regulatory nightmare. For taxes, you know, it seems kind of, you know, I mean, the stupidest idea that I read was handing out money to people. That's just what they do in San Antonio. Now, that seems stupid off the bat, but the reality is Milton Friedman did a study in the 60s, and his conclusion, the poverty level, 14% of the population was in it. And if you took all the money that they allocated toward helping those people and just paid it to them, it would move them up to the 80% bracket of the poverty. They were spending more money implementing the poverty elimination processes than they would have been able to eliminate just by handing the money out to them. So, you know, I'm really suspect about all these people involved in these groups and organizations and meetings. I mean, really, is good going to come out of it? Isn't there a better way to hand the money out? The second thing is, you know, they talk about inspections with landlords, Section 8 code, more documentation and stuff like that. I mean, I doubt if any of you have any idea what you have to go through to rent an apartment, but I'm going to spend a few seconds on that. Is that okay?
Make sure you stick to the issue at hand, the Poverty Elimination Action Plan.
Okay, so I do an application. Then I do a whole apartment agreement. You got to have that because if you don't have papers signed with money accept, they can just demand their money back. Then you go through the house rules. You walk through an inspection thing. If you don't have a documentation of the inspection, they can say they didn't break it, it was broken, they got there. And then they're not liable. Parking pass, pet agreement. Finally, you get to the city's very own tenants' right form. Isn't that a lot of fun?
Pierce, are you sticking to the Poverty Elimination Action Plan here?
Yeah.
Okay, I just make sure.
My whole point here is this is what I go through. This is on lead paint, and I have to go through this to rent an apartment. And this poverty elimination plan, I fear, will increase the amount of regulation and inspections and things of that nature, which I think is already overwhelming. So I don't object to the idea of the poverty elimination plan. Who possibly could? But I do object to more regulation and spending tax dollars unfruitfully. So those are my 2 points.
Your time's up, Pierce. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents here for item number 62?
Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'm against this because this is against everything that our country was founded on. We just can't give everything away. We can't solve every problem, so we got to stop trying to put it on the taxpayers. You can't do anything like that without taking money from somebody to give it to somebody else, and that is a Marxist program. Our country is a republic. It is not a democracy, no matter how many times you call it a democracy. And we're not here to solve everybody's problems on my pocketbook. We got to stop it. The theory is good, but it used to be that these problems were solved in the community and through the school system and the churches and neighbors, not through your representative that you elected. We did not elect you to take us into the stages of destruction, which number one is democracy. All democracies failed because what? It turned into mayhem. Everybody wanted something, but nobody could get anything, so they went to war. And they failed. We formed a unique constitutional republic, not a democracy. Read the Founding Fathers as to why, and stop giving away the last few dollars that you might have that won't get taken away from by the government with clawback. You won't be able to do it if they want your money back that you're using. Grant programs, you won't be able to do those anymore. Don't give away what you don't have.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents to item number 62 here tonight? Public hearing is closed. Looks like we have some lights on. Mr. Fesserson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks everyone for staying this late to add testimony on this important item. I'll be brief as well, given the hour, but I am very supportive of this plan and will vote to adopt today. I'm hopeful it will get us focused on issues of poverty. I do think the economic disparities we have in our community, in particular in North and South Omaha, that we know we have, are some of the most important things we can be working on as a city and as a body in the next 4 years. This is a substantive document. It's 122 pages, lots of recommendations. So my only observation today, maybe two observations today, is implementation is going to be very important as we go forward with this. And I am concerned at this juncture that we have a lot of good plans that are awaiting implementation. Will be this poverty elimination plan. We have a Vision Zero plan. We have a climate action plan. We have an affordable housing plan. We have a pedestrian and bike safety plan. And we also are working on a comprehensive plan that we talked about here today. All of which I think have been good and have been well done and have substantive policies to proceed with. But that's a lot to do in the next 4 years. And I really think we need to think through that and be mindful about it and prioritize these things to make a difference so they aren't just sitting on the shelves. I did say and promise some partners that were going to stay today but couldn't, that wanted to speak in support of the plan. Metro Community College, for one, Omaha Public Schools, and the trades. They would definitely need to be partners in this work going forward, particularly around all the observations around workforce development and education that are involved and recommended in this plan. And then the last thing I just observed is I am concerned there's going to be some substantial headwinds going forward on virtually all the recommendations this plan is making that we should work on, given the discussions at the federal level right now around Medicaid cuts and SNAP and food stamp cuts. The days of rental assistance, I think, are over. There's discussion about cutting CDBG funds that we talked about earlier in the meeting today. Discussion of cutting early childhood and Head Start funding. These are all very important recommendations in this plan that I think we need to focus on and be mindful of. And I am hopeful we can prevent those things from happening at the federal level, but if we can't, we're going to have a big job to do here. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Rowe, you are recognized.
Thank you. I seem to be following Mr. Festerson this afternoon, and I think I agree with all of his comments, but I'm going to come probably to a different conclusion. I view this as an unfunded mandate from the state, LB 840. Who wouldn't be for eliminating poverty? I mean, everybody in the room would raise their hand and say, I'm for eliminating poverty. I would be the first one to say that I am. But when I read through the plan, I think I agree with Mr. Johnson a little bit. There's 122 pages of material here, and I had a briefing this morning, thankfully, from our director of HR&R, and she helped clarify a lot of things for me. And there's an addendum to the plan that I think I could fully agree with. But there's a lot of things in the plan itself that really, I don't know how we're going to pay for it. And my concern about that is if we adopt the plan, what kind of a message are we communicating to our constituents? They're going to have an expectation that we're going to be doing the things that are in this plan, I promise you. And I don't want to be just putting a plan on the shelf and saying, oh, we've got a plan and we're in compliance. I think we need to take our time on this. As Mr. Fester said, we've got probably 6 or 8 different plans in play right now that need our attention. And this will take resources to monitor it and to put the plan into place. And I'm not comfortable voting for it. I'm comfortable with eliminating poverty. I would 100% be in agreement with that, knowing that that's probably not a goal that we're going to ever achieve. I mean, just look at history. I mean, we've had poverty that we've lived with since creation. And but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals to try to eliminate it. I'm for that as well. But I don't want to set a bet or an expectation out there that people think that this is going to happen right away. I think it's something that we can work on, but I'm not really comfortable in adopting this 122-page report. I'm having only about a week to read through it and really study it. There's a lot to this plan that's in this plan. The folks over at UNO did a lot of work to put the plan together. I'll give them credit for that. but I think a lot of the conclusions that are drawn are some things that we're going to have a hard time paying for. And I haven't had one person, I'm positive, I can promise you, I've not had one person send me an email hoping that we would have a tax increase to pay for some of these unfunded mandates. And so I'll probably, I'll vote no, but if it passes, I'll certainly support and try to come up with answers. I think we all want that. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I'm with Don and everybody here. Of course, we want to eliminate poverty. I just disagree with a lot of the recommendations in here, and maybe they should have added an economist to help create the plan as well. Because we need to pay for it. It was, here's a great plan, and we even admit, by the way, there's no funding for it. We don't even have recommendations on how to fund it. But there's a mandate in this plan that actually states that we must provide a detailed implementation matrix with actionable steps to execute each recommendation. So we're passing this and we're mandating on ourselves that we have to pass each and every one of these recommendations. And I can tell you, expanding early childhood access, absolutely fabulous. We need to do that. Microtransit, working with small businesses, providing support, working with front porch investment for housing, education, workforce solutions, getting job training, getting Metro Community College, UNO, all of those are extremely important. But they're putting a mandate on here that somehow the taxpayers of Omaha are gonna have to pay for each one of these. Or we have to work with somebody to pay for it, and we're mandated to provide it. And I think what I was very concerned with is a couple of the things that said guaranteed income initiative, and make sure that there's a city fund for paid leave for low-income workers that maybe need to take additional days off, and also a local earned income tax credit. We don't, City of Omaha doesn't collect taxes other than property taxes. We don't collect income taxes. So I don't know how the City of Omaha can do an earned income tax credit, I guess unless the legislature would pass that as well and give us another mandate. The only way we could do any kind of earned income tax credit would be increasing our property taxes. And what I'm very, very concerned with is on page 6. So I did go through this whole plan, by the way. I tried, and there's tons of good stuff in here. Absolutely tons of good stuff in here. And things that, by the way, the legislature needs to do. On page 23, I think I put good, and good. There's all kinds of things that need to be done at the state level, but I find it funny that the state mandated that the cities do it. I think they need to take this up, and they need to figure out how we're gonna pay for it. We can work together, but I don't think they should put the mandate on that. But what I have to say is that what really got me concerned was this plan states that we need to move more to the Nordic model and away from the current model, which we have. It says that our current American model prioritizes lower taxes and individual responsibility over systemic protection. We need to move more to the Nordic model's universal social protections, which include guaranteed health care, robust unemployment benefits, and comprehensive pension systems funded by higher taxation. So I want all of those things, but not at a higher taxation. And I think when we just had our property tax assessments go out, and I have heard from small businesses or little restaurants that they may have to close down because of their property tax assessment because they can't afford their property taxes. You know, so we have businesses going out of business in the city. And yes, there's a whole lot of good stuff. Working with the nonprofits that I'm looking at now, absolutely. And that's what we do, and we need to continue to do that. But the language that's used in this plan, which literally mandates it and says we have to meet and tell the people of Omaha why we haven't implemented local earned income tax credits. It notes rent control. So again, this is a second plan that this city is gonna pass that calls for rent control, because it was also in the Affordable Action Plan. And again, it didn't work in New York City. Rent control is not gonna work here. In fact, I haven't met an economist that thinks rent control is a good idea to help solve poverty. It absolutely doesn't do it. We need to work on ways where we encourage affordable housing, where we do make our OHA properties. We work with Omaha Housing Authority. we maybe expand the vouchers so that more people maybe can get the voucher. Maybe we don't make the cutoff for childcare for Title 20, don't have it a cliff, where if you make $1 more, you lose everything for childcare. We also maybe need to increase, but that's at the federal level, the amount that Title 20 daycares get paid. Because really almost no daycare owner can afford to run a good daycare, provide good food and good care for the children on the minimal amount that Title 20 pays. So there's a whole lot of things that I think we can do, but I'm concerned with this when it calls for direct cash coming directly from the city of Omaha taxpayers, and the only taxes we'd be able to do is really property taxes when you're talking about this. So I guess that was my concern, but I was just presented with this plan on Thursday, and it was 120 pages, which I did go through, so I was able to come up with all of this, but I can't go through and change the plan. Again, there's a whole lot of good in this, but it comes with a whole lot of bad. So I wish I would have had more than 4 days in order to review, talk to my council members, potentially talk with the people that wrote it to make some amendments, make some changes, so that what we're promising the people of Omaha, we actually can deliver. Because I know what Councilman Festerson said, you're absolutely right. We have all these plans, we've passed them, people are gonna expect us to implement them. So what are we gonna implement when people are saying, where's my cash? Because even in the short paper, it calls for the implementation of a local income credit program, where the city of Omaha is gonna provide at least a 5% match to recipients who receive the federal earned income tax credit. So that would be a direct payment. And I don't know where that's gonna come from, because I certainly don't recommend cutting the money that we're spending in our streets. I think the taxpayers want us to continue to our streets. I don't wanna cut parks. I don't see anybody back there wanting to cut parks. We're in the middle of implementing planning. I don't think we wanna cut the money for inspectors for the rental properties where we have the rental inspection, so we don't wanna cut money so we don't have inspectors. So I guess I don't know where that money is gonna come from. So again, and by the way, there's no mention of inflation anywhere in this poverty elimination plan. And inflation is one of the things that affect low-income people the most. And the word inflation is not once mentioned in here. But what it does mention is, well, when we were spending all that money during COVID, it was great and we should do it again. We're in the inflation predicament that we're in right now because of the money that we spent during COVID. And right now, the deficit that we have as a country, thank goodness our city is mandated to balance our budget at the end of the year. Because otherwise, with all these plans, I have a feeling the city would be $1 trillion in debt if we implemented everything that's called for. So we need to do things, but it has to be intentional, it has to be reasonable, it has to be rational, and we actually have to have the ability to pay for it. So passing a plan that says, by the way, we have no money to do any of it, but we're gonna have quarterly meetings to see what we've implemented, I guess I don't think it makes sense, and we're making promises to people who are in poverty that we're never gonna be able to fulfill, and I think that's actually the worst thing we could do. So that's why I'm voting against this. If we could have had more time to review it, I think we could have made a lot of changes. Again, all is good on the transportation, education, childcare, but a lot of it we just can't afford. So I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Goodwin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find it interesting that we're talking about poverty elimination, and the first proclamation of today was to recognize the end of slavery and the celebration of Juneteenth. To suggest that we're simply a republic and that there have not been a design of systematic government laws that help to enshrine poverty would be remiss. We'd be remiss. And so while I do think a plan should have funding attached to it, and there also should be someone assigned to actually enact the plan, coming from a background, and I know I've shared many of my backgrounds in this session, but I worked for a food pantry for 6 years on the front lines of eliminating poverty. And I do find that in this plan, there are ways that coordination of current programs that are not only within organizations that the city already partners with, but also tools within the city government, like tax incremental financing, land bank, just to name a few, is a way that we can start. And so while I do agree that there may be some aspects of this plan that are aspirational, I think to say that the plan in and of itself doesn't give us a blueprint, I would be remiss to say that. And so therefore, I also think we have a very, although this plan does fall heavily on the city government, perhaps there is a way to look at how we partner with this plan at the state level and also with our philanthropic community. But just to be very clear, a lot of our poverty in this nation has been by government design, and history speaks to that. And so whereas I don't think it all rests on the shoulder of government, this is a pathway we can use to optimize current resources and programs. And I mentioned my work in the food pantry because I found that oftentimes simple coordination among industries and organizations could better create pathways for those that are less fortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to start out by saying something that, bear with me, but apparently there are some in the room that wouldn't raise their hand to say that they want to eliminate poverty. And I say that because for two reasons. One, there are defined areas that that 840 asks us to respond to. So apparently if you're in poverty and you live in an area outside this defined area, this doesn't apply to you. And I would go one step further to say, I believe I'm correct in this, that 840 only applies to Lincoln and Nebraska. So if you're in poverty in some other community, I guess you're on your own. Now, having said that, I would raise my hand to say, as others have said here, that everyone would raise their hand to say we want to do something to address poverty. So there are many things in this plan that are great, and I'm going to be repetitive of some of my colleagues here to say that unfortunately, though, they come with an unfunded mandate, and quite literally what we're doing here is checking a box. And that's not to dismiss all the hard work and investigation and research that's been done to come up with this plan, but it seems like we're checking a box. We have to submit this plan to the state by July 1st. This is our last meeting before July 1st. We were first briefed on this, or I was briefed on this last Thursday. This is the last meeting we have before that deadline. And I asked the question, well, what happens if we don't pass it today, or we lay it over and say, you know, state, we'll get it to you eventually, but we want to make sure it's right. But this document in its current form, I can't support. Let me go through a couple. First of all, before I go through that, Kaylin, I'm sorry, could you explain what the addendum is that we just received?
Kaylin DeHelios, Director of the Human Rights and Relations Department. The Poverty Elimination Action Plan as a whole is the 172-page document, which includes recommendations, not goals, that the city is adopting. They're recommendations from the University of Nebraska at Omaha, who completed a bunch of research and engagement to come to those recommendations. Those are not the goals that the city of Omaha is embarking upon over the next 2 years. The 4-page addendum, which I shared with you last Tuesday when I briefed everyone, and I apologize that it was last Tuesday. I'm happy to provide context as needed to that, but I think I did that. The addendum to the Poverty Elimination Action Plan are the actual action items that we will be working on over the next 2 years. None of them commit to spending money. They commit to researching the feasibility, costs, and benefits of full-time universal pre-kindergarten programs. The recommendations regarding EITC are to explore the benefits and costs. So nothing is spending money on these programs. This is our first step at diving deeper into some of the recommendations to find out what would it make sense to implement at the city level, how can we do outreach and engagement regarding those items, and how do we look for funding, right? If it does something that costs funding, maybe it won't be funding that's coming from the city. Maybe we won't go forward with the items that require funding. But this commitment isn't to spend money on any of these specific recommendations from UNO or goals that we're adopting. If the city were going to spend money on these items, you all would likely see it through an ordinance for a program. But before that, you'd hear about it through outreach and engagement that would happen to get folks insight and opinions about the different proposed goals that we'll be looking into over the next 2 years.
Okay, so why don't we submit this 4-page document as our plan?
The bill requires us to include in the plan an evaluation of where we are as a city with respect to poverty. It requires that self-evaluation, report on the state of poverty, and data, which is more than what's involved in this addendum.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not done, sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
I thought you were getting ready to
No,
cut me off.
you're good.
You can put the light on me if you
Keep
want.
rolling.
Okay. Keep rolling, huh? Okay. Let's see if I can read some of my own writing here. So the key findings that the executive summary kind of starts out by saying in this document says that Omaha's poverty rate has declined since 2012. But as reported by the Omaha World Herald using the supplemental measure, I guess when true statistics don't meet your intended narrative, you find a different measure, is the highest ever. And I think as Churchill famously said, the only statistics you can trust are the ones you falsify yourself. The second thing is, let me go through my notes here on this. I won't go through all my notes on this. I'll try to summarize. There are many things in this document that are good, as Councilmember Melton pointed out as well too, but many of them don't even apply to just the city of Omaha. There are state issues, and I understand and hopefully the state, since they've forced this upon us, to force us to do this study or this plan, comes up with all these recommendations that are unattainable. For example, supporting a minimum wage increase. Let's remember that that's inflationary too. I think supporting a minimum wage increase increases labor costs, has the potential for job losses and reduced hiring, is inflationary, increases consumer prices, erodes purchasing power, puts pressure on profit margins of small businesses, which I think Councilmember Melton even talked about. And those are only some of the negative or potential negative results of having those supporting increased minimum wages. As Councilmember Melton pointed out too, that I'm kind of generally in favor of the American model of our economy rather than the Nordic model, which because of higher taxation pays for those things. It talks about the pandemic social insurance programs that did drop poverty levels, but that was because there was a huge influx. We printed money. We literally printed money without any regard what that inflationary result would be, and we're seeing the results of that today. Just going to flip through a couple more. Housing. This was a good one too. On housing, this is exactly what happened in the Housing Affordability Action Plan. Is we're increasing the cost of housing. For a couple of examples. One is just recently when we talked about the electrical code, which would have added to the cost of a home, I believe $700 to $800 on just that, and there were some other measures, which if I remember for every $100 of increase in the cost of a house, it eliminated 300 more potential home buyers. We've got to understand that having these mandated solutions in here that aren't feasible or make, aren't going to have their intended results, and we put it in a document that we give the expectation for people to think that these are what is going to happen. And I don't think that's fair to those who are taxpayers, those who would potentially even be benefiting from this. There's a cost involved with that. And we have to take, I think, a better kind of holistic dive at this. As Councilmember Melton said, where's the economist in any of this? I mean, these are all very aspirational things, but the results don't seem to, be worth the results of what's going to happen with increased inflation. And let me try to summarize something. I know that the chamber also wrote a letter on this, and I did have a conversation with some people at the chamber about this, and they really wish that there was more concentration on partnerships with the workforce development, because really at the end of the day, the way you eliminate poverty is you get people good jobs, and you give them the opportunities to get those good jobs. And that's why we do need to concentrate on education and early child care. But we need to be more focused on the workforce development and to get those good jobs, because that's how you eliminate poverty. And it's not by adopting Nordic philosophies on economies. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Goodwin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kaylin, do you mind? I just wanted to clarify that you stated earlier that this action plan is really a recommendation to research and explore the various aspects of the plan to determine what the city could potentially adopt. Am I saying that correctly?
More or less. Caitlin DeHelius, Human Rights and Relations Department. Yes, the plan is recommendations from UNO based on the data they used, which the city can use to then further research where our opportunities might lie as we're looking at how to approach the requirement of this legislation and the needs of the people of Omaha. And if we were to, consider something that could have a minimum wage, let's say, that's not something that we're putting in one of our goals, but let's say we were to consider minimum wage, that's something that would be an ordinance, right? So it would be before City Council, and City Council would have a long time, a lot of information about it ahead of time. So this is really the first attempt at getting ideas together that we can use as a palette to work with to figure out how the city is going to move forward when it comes to addressing poverty.
So it's really researching and exploring opportunities. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
It's not insisting that the items outlined here are pathways that the city is committing to. Am I correct in saying that?
You are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Goodwin. Or you want to get? Any other comments, council members? I'll end. I wanted to say thanks to Kaylin and your team. I know there was a lot of work done in this with the legislature, and it's a plan, as you did a good job outlining here today. It's not throwing a bunch of money at things. It's idea. Can you come up for a second? Sorry, I'll get your steps in today too. Yeah. Thanks, Kaylin. So this is a recommendation, you said, with subject matter experts at our great University of Nebraska, Omaha, correct?
Yes.
And how long did it take to devise this plan?
We've been working on it for a year.
Okay. And again, this is recommendations of what was implemented, and it's a first attempt at ideas, you said. I think that's a fair way to frame this. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for your time today.
Thank
Thanks. Is there any other discussion? No other lights? Motion approved. Get a second? Got a motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson. Yes. Goodwin. Harding.
No.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 4-3. Item 63, an ordinance to amend special levy ordinance 10377, levying a special tax and assessment on sidewalks district number SWR 2024-01.
I will open the public hearing on item number 63. Are there any proponents here today? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 64, an ordinance to approve the contract with Clean Earth Environmental Solutions, Inc. for household hazardous waste transportation and disposal to be collected at Under the Sink.
I'll open the public hearing on item number 64. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents here? Public hearing is closed.
Item 65, an ordinance to approve the vacation of a portion of California Street between 15th Street and 16th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communication opposition.
I will open the public hearing on item number 65. Are there any proponents?
Ted Zetzman with Nautil Companies, 2285 South 67th Street. I just wanted to let the council know that we did meet with Robert Pascarella to address the items that he had in his objection letter. So we met with him a couple weeks ago, and I think we have those largely resolved.
Thank you.
Here for any questions.
Any other proponents on item 65? Are there any opponents to item number 65? Public hearing is closed.
Item 66, an ordinance to approve the Mueller Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Agreement.
I will open the public hearing on item number 66. Mr.
Yeah,
Seaton.
good afternoon. Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning Department. I'm here for any questions you may have on this agreement.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here tonight? Are there any opponents here on item 66? Public hearing is closed.
Item 67, an ordinance to accept the bid of S2 Roll-Offs LLC DC in the amount of $39,227.50 to provide portable chemical restroom services for various parks located throughout the city of Omaha.
I will open the public hearing on item 67. Are there any proponents here tonight? Seeing none, are there any opponents here? Public hearing is closed.
One public hearing can be held for items 68 and 69, ordinances to approve interlocal agreements for SWAT operations with Douglas County and Washington County.
I will open the public hearings on items 68 and 69. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents here?
Tamika Meese, Executive Director of North Omaha Community Partnership, 2406 Fowler Avenue, Suite 312. I want to get clarification on these two items. So I'm not actually stating that I am opposing. I would like to better understand. I did some research, and so I wanted to present this to the board to get clarification on what these items truly mean. To my understanding, after research, I believe that this agreement authorizes SWAT cooperation, but it doesn't grant open, unconditional entry rights. And I believe what it actually means is that mutual aid via interlocal agreement ordinances for 443-14 and 443-15 formalize a mutual aid agreement under Nebraska's Interlocal Cooperation Act, which means Omaha, Douglas, and Washington counties agencies can partner when specialized SWAT assistance is needed, and that the SWAT activation remains controlled, and any request for SWAT support from Douglas or Washington County would go through official protocols, typically dispatched via Douglas County 911 in partnership with Omaha Police Department. When these external officers respond, they remain under their original agency's authority, but operate under Omaha's command structure and SWAT policies while assisting. And it's not an automatic deployment, and this isn't a free pass or for county SWAT units to patrol Omaha. They cannot enter the city or undertake SWAT activities without a specific authorized request from the Omaha Police Department, and the agreement ensures clear authority, dispatch procedures, and oversight rather than open access. And if that is, if my understanding is correct, it differs a lot from what folks, the community folks are getting confused with the former mayor's interlocal agreement with Douglas County Sheriff's Office. So I'm asking for clarification. Is what I mentioned pretty much what this is?
We'll get your response on that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other, what are we on, opponents? Sorry. Opponents. Thank you. Are there any other opponents?
Clarice Dombeck, 901 Farnham Street. I'm here today representing myself as a concerned community member. I would like to echo what Mrs. Mees questioned to the counselors and also to the city attorney to provide more clarity around what this agreement would look like with the Washington County Sheriff's Department, and if that agreement does happen to look like what the city's agreement does with Douglas County Sheriff's Department, then I would be opponent of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents here?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'm an opponent because I agree with the First Lady that we need more understanding of this. I live in a community also, apparently a different community than they do. And my community supports law enforcement and doesn't like people, every citizen's trying to interfere with the job of the law enforcement people. I also don't like the use of county or city use of deputies to enforce rules of order in this chamber. They have a more important job to do. You can hire people for that.
Larry, let's
don't
stick
hire
on the
the
item
deputies.
number here.
I pay taxes for that, not to be ruled out of order.
Let's stay
I
on
pay
the
taxes
item number.
to support the sheriff.
Understood.
And
We're
the
going to stay on
police.
the item number here.
I am on this item. You're interrupting me. I'm on that topic, okay? You didn't operate any, you didn't interrupt anybody else.
Because you're
68 and
topic,
69,
Larry.
correct?
Larry, let's stay on the topic.
Why do you guys always interrupt me?
We're
Because
trying
it
to
gets me mad.
I want to work with you. I don't want to make you
You
mad.
call
but
me
we
out of
gotta-
order. Hire the
Larry?
sheriff's deputy to walk me out of here.
Item
Don't
68
interrupt
and
me. I said
69.
68 and 69. You're still on that, right? I oppose it. Because it's not transparent enough. Would you please listen? We need more transparency about this. I don't want people interfering with the job of the sheriff and the police, and this is what these people are trying to do. Did you not see on their shirts today? No ICE, no king. That's the crowd that we had here today. It's going to be a long, hot summer, and you better be ready for it. And don't be fighting between police and sheriff. I expect them to enforce the law no matter what uniform they have on. I pay for that. Doesn't matter to me what uniform. Somebody's after me, I want the sheriff to stop him if he's present. Or the police officer to stop them if they're present. I don't want to squabble about which one has jurisdiction. I'm against it.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents on 68 and 69? Public hearing is closed. Can we, either Bernard or Captain Sokoluk, is he back there? Oh, you're holding. There was a couple questions we had, if you wouldn't mind addressing, please. Thanks, Captain.
Yes, John Sokolik, Omaha Police Department here representing the city of Omaha.
There was a couple questions regarding the agreement.
Yes. This interlocal agreement has been, it's basically just an extension of an existing 2020 agreement that was penned then, which is, again, an extension of one that was drafted originally in 1997. So this interlocal agreement has stood for well over 20 years. It's just an extension of that. This has a sunset on it. Every 5 years it needs to be revisited. We're revisiting it now.
Okay.
I'll add Bernard Inabush, Deputy City Attorney. So the nuance about Nebraska law enforcement is whatever entity employs you is the only jurisdiction where you have law enforcement authority. So even though Omaha police officers are certified law enforcement officers for the state, they don't have jurisdiction in Douglas County or in Washington County unless they're in fresh pursuit. So we have a series of mutual aid agreements between the city. We have one that involves all the law enforcement entities in Douglas and Sarpy County that allows us to do certain things. So in order to provide that jurisdiction, you have to have an interlocal agreement. So this does two things. It says for purposes of these SWAT purposes, which is, and make clear, the agency that the area is in is going to be responsible for oversight of the incident, and all the employees report to their chain of command that they work for. It allows, if there's assistance needed in Washington County or out in Douglas County, our SWAT team can go out there. We can relieve if it's a long-time incident and the SWAT teams need to be replaced, or if they need one or two other people that's on there. It also facilitates being able to train. The reality is our SWAT people would not normally have jurisdiction in Douglas County, nor would they have jurisdiction in Washington County. This facilitates that, and vice versa. So that's kind of the reason we have these interlocal agreements, and we've had them for, as Captain Sokolik indicated, for the better part of 30 years. There's nothing new or distinct about this one.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Public hearing is closed.
Item 7D, an ordinance to accept the quote from Axon Enterprise, Inc. in the amount of $491,699.09 for the use of 5 drones for the Omaha Police Department.
I will open the public hearing on item number 70. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 71, an ordinance to authorize the acceptance of the bids from 18 vendors for accident and violation towing services for the Omaha Police Department.
I will open the public hearing on item number 71. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 72, an ordinance to establish a Class B flammable liquids storage district number B-226 at 200 South 14th Street.
I will open the public hearing on item number 72. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 73, an ordinance to amend sections 23-222 and 23-232 of the Omaha Municipal Code to reflect changes to allow for having more than one eligibility list pending at one time in certain circumstances as determined by the Human Resources Director, to delete section 23-233 entitled Administrative Leave for COVID-19 Pandemic after declaration of state of emergency.
I will now open the public hearing on item number 73. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 74, an ordinance to approve the 9th Amendment to the agreement and lease with Mecca to expand and remodel facilities.
I will open the public hearing on item number 74. Are there any proponents?
Bob Freeman, 500 Energy Plaza, for representing Mecca. Roger Dixon was here, had to leave before we could get to this item to oversee the ballpark for a little game we're having right now. Mecca supports this 9th Amendment. We've worked diligently with counsel for the city for some time to put it together, and we encourage your support of it. I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents here tonight? Are there any opponents for item number 74? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
Item 75, a resolution to approve a settlement agreement for BJ's Fleet Wash LLC versus City of Omaha and Matt Kelsevich, Brooke Bench, Kari Vasquez, and Steven Slater. And open the.
Okay. I will open the public hearing. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Now I'll make a motion to go to executive session to discuss.
So there's a motion to go into executive session to protect the public interest to discuss item 75, a settlement agreement with BJ's Fleet Wash LLC. Do we have a second? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Festerson. Goodwin. Harding. Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Roll call.
Festerson. Goodwin. Harding. Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call.
Festerson. Goodwin. Harding.
Yes.
Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Not yet. Let's go with this stuff.
Roll call.
Festerson. Goodwin. Harding. Hug. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Meeting is adjourned at 6:59.